Hey, pre-notification gang. Hey, Scoots, hey, GT. Hi, everyone. Can you FF to Slicker so the finals isn't boring? The fuck does that mean, Soul Fister? That just you being a douchebag? Play some chess? I might do chess later. It's been a little minute since I hopped in this fucking cesspool here. What do you mean, fuck chess? It's the best goddamn game to ever hit Twitch. Let's watch live PD. Show's dead. Cancelled. It's not on the air anymore. It's gone. Thanks to Tier 1 Red Lightning and the resub Young Squill. Thanks to the resub Poopy Pickle and the Prime Dankist. Thanks to Bitzaid. Five-minute crafts. Channel sucks. Thanks to the Tier 1 Benetril. And thanks to the gift sub Simplistic. And thanks to the resub Big Bart. Watch the Doughboy. Is he a big YouTuber? We don't do big YouTubers. Sounds like a big YouTuber. Thanks to the Prime Tophus and the resub Juan. Couldn't even watch that Belle Delphine on Twitch if I wanted to. That's another big YouTuber Cartier, a satire channel, Peter Kane. Thanks to the resub Farb. It was a good movie, man. King of Staten Island definitely wasn't bad. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Thanks to Prime, JC, and Lanky. And the resub Dragon. Can't watch body painting. Don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. Why do you think I can watch body painting? I know you can do it on Twitch, but that doesn't mean I can watch it. Thanks to the resub Timmy. Watch that TikTok show? No, that's gonna be something I watch on my own. That's gonna be for me to enjoy. Hi, sweet Tommy, good to see you, but no. No kisses. Cooking with Jack doesn't use mayonnaise anymore. Thanks to the Prime Spicy. Play Valorant. No. Hi, Calm. Doing alright, man. Hope you're doing well. Wolf Cop? Haven't we seen that? Yeah, we've seen this, right? It's not very good. Like, even as a horror comedy, it's just not very good. There's the resub classic and chew. DJ. Not even gonna take the chance. Thanks for the gift sub, Teflon. Change your location and see what's on trending. I did that once. It's really underwhelming. It's just the same garbage YouTube shit, but in a different language. Thanks, Skull Knight. Favorite My Chemical Romance song? Goes to You. It's their best song. Thanks to the resub Gotti and the Prime Wolfie. Thanks to the resub Ryu. Power Fit Elite commercial. Why? Why the fuck would I watch a commercial? Are you sponsored by PowerFit? You part of a pyramid scheme? It's not very deep, Tommy. It's pretty simple stuff. Mainly just calisthenics. Thanks to the Prime Joel. Watch Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I want to watch all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Man. Thanks to the Fat 5 gift subs, DJ. But I can't watch it on Twitch, so I thought I could because of the fucking watch party thing, but apparently with watch parties, you can't actually, like, stream the video or audio. So basically, you just go on stream, and everyone syncs up their play at the same time. It's like some 2009 kind of shit. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all, really. Thanks to the Prime Bin and the resub Beast. Can't click links, Triton. That just sounds like a bad meme. New Bugs Bunny lore. Can you watch Are You Winning Son by Surreal Entertainment? Thanks for the bits, Lemon, and thanks for the Prime Marshall. Well, I already know what this is. Just one of those bad animations. Those wacky bad animations, eh? This is a fat 20 man, Joe. Okay.
What?
Oh god, not this vid. Why is it shitty?
Are you winning, son?
I already know what kind of video it is. I know this channel. It's a big channel.
Dad.
Son.
Dad, it wasn't your fault. The accident happened 3 years ago. You had to let me go.
God, it's so wacky. Wow.
Well, isn't this something? My son just hid behind the camera. This is all just an act.
Thanks for the
My
resub,
son
Unsilent.
didn't actually passed away. You just got pranked.
This is good.
Who are you talking to, honey?
I think that's more than enough of that. Jesus. Thanks to the fat tier 1, Elliot. How to kill with a bayonet. This? The British Army bayonet training?
Find some circle round me.
Modern armies still
There's
use
the
the
resubs
bayonet.
That's it, getting there so you can all see the bayonet. The bayonet is designed to kill. When a bayonet is produced in battle, fixed to a rifle, the enemy, my goodness, it's got a considerable
Is this Monty
effect on
Python?
their morale. Now today I'm going to show you how to kill with a bayonet. What's the bayonet used for? Kill! To kill what? Yeah! With what? A bayonet! Well done, fallen!
Is this Charlton Copley? It sounds like him.
Hey, what? One thrust at the number of enemy. At the walk. Advance. And guard! No! 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 Any questions?
Sounds like an XQC stream. My man! Feeling it. That was cool. Now I know how to kill with a bayonet. Thanks for the resub, Rex and Turiakis. Can we watch something from Worth Kids? Don't know what that is, but it sounds like a big YouTuber, which we don't do. Thanks for the resub, Big Bin. Favorite Deftones song is Change. And thanks, stupid. We'll see if I can squeak out the big dub. I'm not quite Grandmaster level yet, but we're not far off. I think maybe one more month and I'll be pushing 2K. Can't click links, Dankus meme. Epic rap battles of Discord. Wow. Wow. Thanks for the bits, Josh. Just for you. Yeah, here we go. Let's do it. Wow. Holy shit. I don't even think I can. Yikes. Thanks for the prime loaf. Thanks, Phony Karate Master. Oh, it's this guy. We've seen all of the no-touch KO martial artists.
Chi, it flows throughout the
Yeah,
body.
it's the Keymaster.
Without it, you don't function. And it's a radio wave.
Science
Girl
can't
chase
find
tonight?
chi.
Sure.
It doesn't exist as far as science can tell.
Science is wrong, my friend.
Without a doubt, George Dillman is a force to be reckoned with. He's a 9th degree black belt who has taught everyone from Muhammad Ali to Bruce Lee.
What? Taught them what?
And
How
he's
to
able
kiss?
to drop just about anyone using applications of pressure to certain points.
There's no way they'd
along the
actually go to
body.
this guy for combat.
Take it there. You got it. He's probably weak right here. You okay? This way at the same time. Pressure point knockouts are the easiest way to put a person down.
Have we seen this
I
guy?
can put the largest
I don't remember
person
this one.
you can find in the world, and I've done this. With that finger.
How many no-touch KO masters are there?
The guy that's a big guy, he's man on the
Thanks for
But
tier
that's
1,
just
awesome.
the beginning.
And the resub Divine and
Dillman
Satan.
claims to have adapted this
Santino.
technique to where he can knock a person out without having to touch them.
Use chi energy out of this hand, and we're going to affect up on the head at the third eye. The snap couple.
I wish this was real. Can you imagine how great that would be?
There we go.
All of these karate techniques are made possible by manipulating chi.
He makes a chi ball.
Thanks to tier 1
You'll get the
Drago.
radio frequency going between the hands.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get up and feel, it's actually hotter inside that ball.
Oh, I
I've seen
believe
him
it. It'll
already
melt
knock
your fucking
people
skin.
over with it. He throws the chi in such a way that when he catches it, it knocks him backwards.
For Dillman, chi is like
Places a
electrical
hole in his
circuitry
chest.
that he can turn on or off with a simple,
Thanks for the
well-placed
sub,
punch,
stupid.
or even just a tap.
We enter the chi into pressure points that both accept chi or give off chi.
It sounds like the kind of guy that's afraid of Wi-Fi.
I use ones to give off chi, put it into ones that accept chi. We, in essence, turn their light switches down. It kicks out their circuit breaker panel in the back. Pressure points can be dangerous.
That sounds
I've
absolutely
flatlined
terrible, Dankus
several
meme.
people.
I'm just gonna say no. That sounds truly miserable.
They
Like,
come
even
to
as just
see
a bad
Dillman's
joke, it sounds
remarkable
terrible.
ability to
I don't want
move
to watch
walls of
epic rap
people
battles
from
of
10 feet
Discord.
away when they can't even see him.
I'm sorry,
by
man. I
channeling
just can't
his
do
chi
it.
at them and interrupting their auras.
Thanks to the resub, Weeboo. And Starlight. Thanks for the gift subs. Nobody.
I locked with
All
the
5
arm,
of their
and I
heads
moved
explode.
The line. I shouldn't tell you this, but I play with people in Starbucks, and I just stood there and I moved the line. And they all moved, and they all looked back at me at the same time. They went like this, and I looked back too, like it was happening to me. I looked
What a
because I
prankster!
didn't want them to know I did this, right?
But what really draws the audience's attention is Dillman's no-touch knockout, a karate move that could theoretically revolutionize combat as we know it. except that it can take years to learn.
Theoretically,
Essentially, he claims to be
wow.
able to knock
What
anyone
do you mean
out
theoretically?
without touching any part of their body.
He's changing the world,
by
bro.
just throwing a giant chi whammy at them.
Sometimes it drains me. I can get that way within a second or two if I throw the
Thanks
chi
to
out too
Resub,
fast.
Schwubble, and Infinix. Thanks for the gift subs again, nobody. Appreciate it, man.
After seeing so many demonstrations, so many different techniques, so many different moves, you can't.
Nice. He's not as cool as the other no-touch masters. That guy's kind of boring. Coolest thing he did was move a Starbucks line. The other guys, like, steamrolled women and stuff with their chi, so I think they were cooler. George has got a long way to go. He's only just beginning his journey. And no, not in particular, Skull Knight. Appreciate that, Harrison. I made a follow-up to that. That resolved itself like 7 years ago. Can we watch Young Actors Theater Camp? Man, that sounds borderline unwatchable. Let's do it! I'm coming in! Jesus. What am I looking for? To camp or to camp it up?
Well, hello everyone. Happy Tuesday from Young Actors Theater Camp.
Hey, man.
I'm here with some insider scoop. Yep, that's right. We're adding masterclass teachers every single day.
Thanks to the Resubble
If you
Murder.
look down
Lost
below,
it.
you're gonna see
The Prime
so
Hamish
many
and
new
Bandit.
teachers, like literally like 50 new teachers. So go down there and.
Okay. That's enough of that. Let's try this. This is the winter film camp, so it's gotta be good. Thanks for the resub. Only made the sub. Chasing Fear. Man, I was running laps around my backyard, which isn't very big. It's like the size of this room. And I slipped, and I'm pretty sure I've broken my ankle. But I'm just gonna see if it heals itself.
Hey, Stevie. Hey, guys. Did you hear about Daisy's...
Why did you recommend this? This is fucking weird. Why would I want to watch kids acting? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Young. Yeah, it's rough. Well, I don't run that much, so when I like roll my ankle, it's devastating. Yeah, it's hurt like all day now. Swollen too. It's also a little purple. But I can wiggle my toes. Watch Chevy Caprice on 24s. Haven't we seen that? Oh yeah, it's this fucking thing, huh? We've seen it. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I've just rolled my ankle, Peter. I don't think it's actually broken. I highly doubt it. I used to have that happen all the time when I used to play basketball. Thanks to the Prime Matt the Matrix. Jeremy Kyle Show, eh? What a good idea. The Jeremy Kyle Show. Why, I've never heard of it. Well, let's really get in there. Steve stands up to a molester. Oh yeah, this is a good show. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that one. That sounds like a wild one. Wait, this isn't it.
I'm just pissed off.
No, I'm not even gonna bother. It's a terrible show. Thanks, GT. I just don't want to go to like a doctor or anything right now. I don't think it's broken. It probably is just rolled, sprained. It didn't like pop or anything, it just hurts. Are you excited for your match with Swiftdoor tomorrow? What do you mean? Don't I play Slicker? Thanks for the tier 1 pizza. When was the last bad game stream? About 3 days ago. Yeah, I'm excited. It'll be fun. Maybe. Maybe it won't be fun. Thanks to the resub dyslexic. We'll see. Wide Putin. Why are you spamming that? It sounds absolutely fucking terrible. Just for you, yeah, let's do it. What a great meme that sounds like. Whoa! Take a look at this! Wow. Man! 3.2 million views. Christ, the internet really is run by children. Holy fuck. Wow, this is some dank shit. Look at that. Actually, tier 1 OG butter. Yeah, it's a long time of tattooing those, and it's 3-hour sessions each. It takes a lot. Well, now that we've all had our big laugh, I think we need to come down from that one. My oh my. Hope the tattoo looks good though, Satari. Exit Prime, Addo, and Bistober. Maxie Miller. Can't click links. Please stop sending links, but I'll look this up. You've recommended a YouTuber. Not only did you recommend a YouTuber, you recommended a YouTuber that speaks in a language I don't understand.
¿Cuál es tu hola niños favorito? ¿Tienes pareja? ¿Tuviste alguna experiencia paranormal?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks for the tier 2 gift sub, Didu.
Hola niños, hola, llegó Maximina. Hicimos un video especial. Hoy voy a responder.
He looks like he'd play the butler in the Haunted Mansion.
De YouTube, de Instagram, de Facebook, de muchas redes sociales, porque ustedes me venían pidiendo preguntas.
Man, these are fucking awful suggestions. Thanks for the Prime Berry. Can't do to catch a predator, Tommy. Thanks for the resub, Crazy Guitar. Singing Beautiful People by Ed Sheeran featuring Khalid by Gypsy Gagnon. Why? What? What? Why would I just watch a fucking song cover from Khalid? Appreciate that, Gelatiny. Glad you liked it. Yeah, we can do Dragon's Den Shark Tank in a little bit. Thanks, Rusty. Red Green Toilet Bowl Carburetto. Jesus Christ. Okay. Thanks to the tier 1 Rude. This?
You know, there's a lot of talk these days about gas mileage and engine efficiency and
Is this
all
a
that
skit?
crap. If you ask me, the best way to save gas on a trip is to not go.
Agreed. And then I'll leave the house.
To go. So what you need is a way to make trips fun. Rather than focus on miles per gallon, think about gallons per hour.
Thanks,
Because to
Dennis.
me, burning a lot of gas for only a few minutes has got to be
Not
the same as
explicitly,
burning a
Tommy,
little
but it's
bit of
not worth
gas for
risking.
a whole hour. Now this is a carburetor. It controls how much gas goes into the engine. We're going to increase the capacity a little on this unit. Okay, when you look inside a carburetor, you'll see an open area here where the gas and air mix.
What the fuck is
And
going
there's
on
a
tonight?
reservoir, which is a small tank with a float in it that opens a valve and lets the gas flow. Does that remind you of something?
Thanks for the Prime Heckler. The restub King in Blue. What? A whole toilet? Are you kidding me? That's not where a toilet goes.
Made out of beeswax, so
Bro, that's a car. Cars don't need toilets. How would you even use that when you're driving? It's blocking your view. What? No.
My wife always says, go with the flow. I will.
You can't go with the flow. It's a... Oh no!
Down through the firewall.
Oh jeez.
Top edge of my gas pedal. So if you
Well, it
find
can't
yourself
run now. It's unsafe.
handle.
Oh, that's incredible.
Pretty sure
But it's so dangerous. Oh, this is insane. Oh, you old fool.
for the tank to fill up. Okay. They say the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Maybe that's not the best analogy.
yeah. I've heard that one before. It's but we're talking about toilets. There's like shit and poop in there and stuff. Yeah, you don't want to eat that.
Remember,
yeah. Oh man. Oh man. You're gonna get arrested if you drive with this, though. You can't. Oh no. Oh goodness me. It shouldn't be possible. That was awesome. Yeah, that was good. That was I would have never like I couldn't even imagine a toilet on a car like that. Like that's are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I've never seen a toilet used like that. Thanks to Tier 1 Triton and the resub Zach and Gavin King. Thanks to the Prime Dasher. Best cooking show on earth, Breakfast Burger. Isn't that Cooking with Orders? Damn it. This? Actually, Tier 1 somewhat unfamiliar in the resub Grim and Greg, the Prime Upper.
Hello and welcome back to the best cooking show on earth. I'm your host, Chef West, and today we'll be
like a nice
taking a
guy.
look at a little timeless classic that's been passed down from generation to generation, the breakfast burger. But before we start cooking, let's take a little look at its history. The breakfast burger was invented
Why are people
4 days ago
recommending
on
comedy
accident by an
videos
American
tonight?
gentleman by the name of Brian Breakfast. Brian was looking to make one of his favorite meals, chicken parmesan. Unfortunately, he lacked...
It's pretty good, though. That very well could be the best cooking show on earth. Have I seen the Dragon's Den episode where someone is literally selling a pyramid scheme? Probably. Well, maybe. Can't say probably. I've seen so much fucking Dragon's Den. Thanks to Prime Big Sammy. Can't click links, Jarrett. My god. I can't click links. But if you're telling me to skip to a part where they do ninja shit, that already just doesn't bode well. That already just tells me that's just gonna be a true fucking disaster. Of course I've seen Power Thirst. That's not what we're looking for. I don't know why all of a sudden tonight people are recommending like these shit comedy videos and skits. Terrible. Thanks for the Tier 1 bridge. Atomic shrimp? Is that a kind of shrimp? Like the mantis shrimp or something? Nope, it's a YouTuber. I don't really know what I expected. That looks about right. Superhumans Jack the Knife. I love Superhumans. Finally. Decent suggestion. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Zach. Appreciate it, man. And thanks for the Prime, babe. Finally. Thank you. Thank God. What is this? Super Roller Man Extreme. Oh yeah, we're watching that next. Cool. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, here, I'll give you ordinary sausage. Per usual. Oh, alright, I'll be right back.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back.
Oh, fuck.
I guess to another episode. We finally, you know, we're doing the breakfast one that everyone wanted so bad. Look at the innovation. It's tiered. Look at that. All of your All of your belows are perfectly intact. And look at that, we got our sunny side up eggs there. We got our we got sausages, hash browns, and bacon. This is the Denny's, Grand Slam. I added hash browns to it. Normally it doesn't come with hash browns. So, with that, I say, we hit the ground running and we just go for it. So, it's the Denny's Grand Slam sausage. I mean, so far, it looks surprisingly good. I mean, if you were to have this inside of a breakfast burrito, I don't think you'd turn that down. We have a possible 5 out of 5 scenario on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, we got 4 sausages out of that. We know that potato's gonna expand in there, and so we're gonna give it some room to expand. If it's gonna spill it's gonna spill. If anyone's, betting on anything, I would place my money heavy on old Ratty here. He's the favorite. He's probably gonna pay 2 to 1. We're only about a minute into this thing, and we are getting some spillage already out of the sides, even though we made, extra room for it. It smells, well, it smells like Denny's. And, I've gotten bits, and, I probably shouldn't keep my hand in front of the pan like this, because it keeps popping and burning me. But, we do what we must for the show. Oh, man, is it the 4th of July already? What the heck is popping like that? Really, we did pretty good. This was all the spillage that we really had. That's not a lot. We didn't burst any. That just goes to show that, I'm the damn sausage king. We could see what it looks like on the outside, but it looks better when you cut it open there. Here it is. That's what we've all been waiting for, is that mushy goodness on the inside. And of course, I'm going to be eating the Rat Boy here with his tail. It shrunk up a little bit, but you could still see that. That's not good eats. It has a little push to it, a little push back to it, but you can tell that this is going to be a mushy sausage. But look at that sear on there. You can't ask for a better sear. Let's give this breakfast sausage a shot here. Well, this is one of those sausages where you bite into it and then you think to yourself, well, what did I expect? Basically, what we did here was made a breakfast burrito with extra steps. There is a slight syrup taste to it, not a whole lot there. It does have a very strong bacon taste and a very strong hash brown taste to it. It is what it is. If you're gonna do this, I'd say why. Just eat the breakfast burrito.
Hasn't hurt all day.
What are you doing, guy? Not bad. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna give this one a 3 out of 5. Bop 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 bop. The Denny's will be going to. We're gonna have to make a U-turn to get to that Denny's. Gonna go get our Denny's and call this number and tell them that we're here. Have you seen?
Alright, I'm back in it. Oh god. Thanks for the resub, SpongeBob. The resub, Drool, and Culver. Oh. You just received the bag of machetes. That's good. And no, I don't plan on an espresso. Thanks for the resub, Clayson. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's not working. Thanks for the tier 1 silver roses and the prime risky. Alright, where did I leave off? Thanks to the resub reality. I've already seen the 8'11" bridge, or whatever the fuck it is, 11'8" bridge, something like that. I can't remember what it's called. 11'8", that's what it is. I've already seen it. Big chest injury, yeah. Yeah, pre-chest stretches led to the ankle injury. It'll get you every time. Oh, fuck. Kid Nation is the worst goddamn show I've ever seen in my life. It's so fucking boring. People that suggested have only seen JonTron's video on it. The show fucking sucks. Thanks, Park. Am I normal? Ah, Jesus, what the fuck? Sure. This looks terrible, but sure. Jesus, it's 21 minutes. A film about male puberty. God damn. I'll give it a minute if it doesn't capture my attention. Have I seen Cooking with Fatty? Yes, I have.
This is my friend Tony. He's pretty cool, although he's not always so smart.
Hey, Tony.
This is my friend Barry. He's very smart,
But not that cool.
although he's not always so cool.
Yeah, it's a shame.
We were the best of friends, and we did
Yeah, I don't
everything
think I want to
together.
see a drunk man trying to drown a bear, to be
My
honest.
body was about through these changes.
Thanks to
and
Tier
I
1
was about
Kalu.
to have these
Sorry, I didn't see that if you said that.
And my life was never going to be the same again. Infections,
Thanks, Grain. Glad you like it.
hair, where it never grew before. All make me ask a lot of questions. See, I really want to talk about...
This is terrible. Yeah, this is just fucking terrible. Jesus, my ankle is on fire. Which is weird because I got ice on it and it fucking hurts. Thanks to the resub. Someone help me. I haven't injured myself physically in like a decade. Now I try running around again and I've hurt myself. This is why I stay inside. This is why I fucking stay inside. Oh yeah, Roller Man. Right.
Well, hey there.
That's what I was gonna do. We didn't see that one, right? Hopefully we can find that. I'd like to see that one. Not wrong, GT. Marlin from Superhuman demolish a house with no equipment. Insane. We'll get there. We've got a big rabbit hole to go through here. Oops. Have we seen Chi? That reminds me of our boy Lou, who gives the massages to women on the beach and gropes their tits and stuff. That's Chi in its purest form. Thanks to the resub, Noodle. Have I seen Garth Marrin? Oh, hold on, you just reminded me of something. What was it? Where was it? Gannett Man, that's what it was. Whatever that means. Gannett Man. Marlin from a helicopter. I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
Now on the
Thanks
fishing
to Tier 1 Lawrence.
we're always looking for
Quiet.
exciting new ways
Appreciate the
to go
back-to-back Tier
fishing.
1s.
Now, this little bit of fishing is something that I've been inspired to do by one of the greatest fishing creatures of them all, the gannet. Now how a gannet catches its fish.
You just recommend a fishing show?
Uses its elevation to spot fish. It falls out of the sky and grabs the fish. There's a prolific amount of mahi-mahi, tuna, wahoo, and even marlin out here. We're going to go out here and see if we can find one of those fish. And I'm going to jump out of the sky and grab one. Quite simple, really.
Alright, I'll give it a chance. I better be impressed.
We've located a marlin, and Gannett Man is standing by, ready to jump. Over.
Well, then here we go here. Just up in front of us, there's a bit of activity. There's a few birds there. It looks like, you know, it's definitely a school of mahi-mahi.
Oh, he's stealing their kill.
There that could be a shark. No,
What an
it's a
asshole.
marlin. So we just got to get lined up now.
Thanks to the Prime
And while the
Zombie.
fish are still feeding on the surface, we've got to take our opportunity.
Thanks to Tier 1 Crimson. What a catch! Wow! Hey, that fish was not expecting that. I can assure you, it probably prepared for a lot of shit, but not that.
Okay, roger that. Heli, rotating to base. Over.
Well, that's kind of cool. That is the last fucking thing that fish was expecting. None of his friends are gonna believe that story. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Oh. Fucking ankle hasn't hurt all day, but now. Oh, it's brutal. Fuck. Kmart training video? I'm pretty sure I've seen it. This one? I'm assuming it's this one. Is it a sprain? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I literally haven't injured myself since high school because I'm not going out and getting physical. All I do is lift weights. But I've started picking up running and I fucking rolled it today real hard. It's been fine all day until tonight. I mean, it's not like I've been sitting down all day or anything. It's like I've been moving and it hasn't hurt. But now, like right before starting the stream, it just caught fire and I thought it would pass. It hasn't. Lady ankles. Bro, my ankles, they need work. That's why I've been running. That's why I've been working legs more. Lactic acid from not stretching? What the fuck do you mean? How the fuck would it be lactic acid after 7 hours? That must be what it is. You haven't stretched it since the injury. Watch the gluttonous slob. He's the real king of mayonnaise. Alright, I'll be back in just a second. Here. I'll give you ordinary sausage.
This next
Fuck.
claims he can literally...
Is this what athletes go through when they injure themselves? Christ.
Well, hey there, folks. And
here's MRE sausage for the 12th time.
welcome back to another episode. And hey, we finally got one. We finally got the MRE. Out of the 4 people that sent me an MRE, one made it. So you know, the post office is kind of dropping the ball. You know, these are uncertain times. We'll have to make do with our MRE extravaganza here with a menu item number 7. This MRE was sent by @XB Crawford Boys. So go ahead and you know, give them a thank you on Twitter for helping out the show and providing such a tasty beef brisket. Let's open it up and see what's in here. We got a peelable seal. I see it. I see where it peels. All right. Well, was that a thing, or was I just peeling at nothing? Well, however you're supposed to open it, I'm sure. Let's open it up. This one is the actual brisket entree. This is like the Hot Pocket sleeve. Toffee rolls, some sort of candy, Irish cream, cappuccino, instant powder, au gratin potatoes, and this is the self-heating mechanism. These people thought of everything. Cranberries, osmotic, moist towelette, and whatever lighthouse, what is that? Toilet paper? White wheat snack bread, TFF. Really unsure about what that is too. I think we should at least try some of this stuff before we turn it into sausage, so we know you know what's going on. Nice. Let's try these toffee rolls first. These are just Tootsie Rolls. Why don't they just call them Tootsie Rolls? White wheat snack bread. There it is. It kind of looks like the Lunchable bread. It's got a little tear to it. It's not hard at all. It's very soft. You can push down on it. Slightly sweet, soft. Cranberries, osmotic cranberries. And they're just dried cranberries. Okay. You know, I think it'd be safe to throw a couple of these in the sausage. We also have some strawberry jam and some peanut butter. I'm guessing that goes with the bread. Why would you tear it lengthwise and not the top way? Jesus. This is the most idiotic way to be opening up peanut butter. Definitely tastes like a peanut butter that you buy in the store. Again, with the lengthwise. Why would you tear it this way? Why wouldn't you tear it that way? I'm going against the recommendation. I'm gonna tear it the way it should be torn. Oh, look at that. Good jam. Thermopack LLC really know what they're doing with the jam. Wow, that's really good actually. That's the best Irish cream cappuccino I've ever had. Now this only references the primary MRE. It doesn't say anything about a secondary au gratin potato MRE. I'm gonna try to shove both of them in there, and if it doesn't turn out right, we'll know that you weren't supposed to shove two of them in there. Come on. All right, we got one in there. Let's see if we could cram this other one in there. Space is tight. Again, not sure if you're supposed to throw both of them in there, but I want my au gratin potatoes to be hot. We're gonna give it a shot. See if we can do this. Right now, we're just gonna play the waiting game. All right, let's see how we did. A little hot to the touch. See the, ooh. And I figured out that you could just cook them one at a time. You don't have to cook them both. What is with the side opening, people? Let's open it from the top. Why are we opening it lengthwise? Well, the smell is tremendous. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Test try. It tastes like if someone made a stew out of Jack Link's beef jerky. That's exactly what that tastes like. That fake smoke that they add is really just, they went overboard with it, I think. Try a big piece of au gratin. That's a little bit more pleasant. This kind of tastes like potatoes with the kind of cheese that they sell at the gas station. That's how much there was. So we're going to be using the little grinder. The consistency is like cat throw up. Well, we sinned against God. We're going to try the poke hole experiment again. Some people say I gave up too easy. So this one we'll poke holes in, this one we won't poke holes in. Poke, poke, poke. Oh, these look like huevos if you've ever had that before. Oh, they both burst. There's no winners. All right, now that we got it boiled, we'll give it a nice sear. Pretty cooked. Still jiggly. We still got some jiggle going on. No! This is a tragic tale because this actually tastes pretty good. It tastes like Sloppy Joe. I think adding those cranberries into it, it got rid of a lot of that fake smoky flavor, and it was a real big improvement. If this sausage would have made it, this would have been a 4 out of 5. But for a sausage, I'm afraid we were disqualified.
Bop, 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 bop.
You betrayed me for the last time. Well, hey there, folks. Welcome back, I guess, to another episode. And before we get to the episode, first, some sausage news. Alright, so first up in sausage news, we are good on MREs. So not only do we have these, but we also have a few that are still in the P.O. box. So, oh man, this is all crooked now. And second, hey, you know, there's two things certain in life. One is that JonTron had the better I'm Not So Grump in the Game Grumps, and two is, hey, we all make mistakes. And in the last video for the score art, I accidentally credited the wrong person.
What an adventure.
The person who worked so hard on the art.
So, most of the pain relievers were expired. And then I tried to take a piss, but then my ankle buckled on me and I lost my balance and I sprayed piss all over the toilet. So it's yeah, it's been a journey. It's been tough. Thanks to the Prime Dozer. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that was 6 years ago, GT. And it's just rest, ice, compression, elevation. I think that's what it is. I don't remember which one's heat. Pretty sure this is a rice scenario. I have nothing to wrap around it. I can put a towel on it, and it's about the best I can do. Crazy lady parking at Home Depot. No, I've got one. Lifetime's ridiculous anti-porn movie. Probably can't watch that. Yeah, I'm honestly not even gonna risk it. Yeah. Sounds cool though. Yeah, probably Peter, but they have superhuman lungs too. Oh, shit. That would be pretty wow. Appreciate the fat 10 tier 2 gift subs, Chronic. Holy shit, man. Thanks for the generosity. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the resub, Kerr. Do you think there are people trapped in the Marvel Studios basement? The fuck does that even mean? Is that like a fan theory? Who would be trapped down there? Yeah, him versus the monk would be quite the showdown. Play Fortnite, Charlie, new season. Well, that sounds miserable. Argument erupts on train. You'll love it, I promise. Nothing makes me less confident that I'll love something quite like saying I'll love it. Let's see. Thanks for the fat 20 gift subs, Chronic. Holy shit, man. Jesus Christ. I really appreciate the generosity, bro. Thank you. Thanks to the tier 1, Robbie. Welcome aboard. Is it this?
You're an idiot. I'll slap you. You're so used to women being quiet when you're talking and touch me again, I'll slap you.
You're an idiot.
Leave Lex Luthor alone.
You idiot. No one will stand your stupid ass. Are you married? Are you married? Are you sure? Are you sure? She's not cheating on you or anything. Are you sure?
No, because she's a really nice, durable
I'm
lady.
There's a tier 1
nice.
C-Cov.
She's Nigerian, so she's like, trust me. She's using your money.
No, I don't think.
An idiot. Trust me, she doesn't love you. I'm Nigerian.
No, I know what you're like, but I don't.
You're an idiot. Touch me again, I'll slap you.
I don't want to touch
Your wife is where I'm from, so I know you know her attitude. So you know that we have the same attitude.
What is this about? I can't even keep up. His wife is a whore? She doesn't like that his wife is unfaithful? Thanks for the resub, Poop.
You know you can't do it. Listen, my feet is literally by your balls. I'm literally grabbing you by your balls. No, you're not. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? No, you're not. You're an idiot.
Move her foot. Don't let her foot by your balls. Those are your balls.
You're making yourself look a complete fool.
This is
fun. Because you can't respect other people's property. Take the shoes off my feet. Okay, that's fine.
So I get on the train and this white idiot.
Oh, it's racist as well now.
Well, I didn't love it. It wasn't the worst thing that was suggested tonight, though. Give you that. Gluttonous slob. Alright, I'll give that a whirl. Oh, it's this guy! This guy? Oh, I haven't seen this guy in a long time. His original channel got taken down. He's a feeder. Yeah, fuck. This is a classic. This is an internet classic. He brings his dick out sometimes, though, so I don't really want to risk it. Yeah, what, you guys don't know the feeders community? Feeders are the people that want to eat themselves to death. They want to get as big as possible. What do you mean, you guys don't know what a feeder is? That's some, like, easy internet fetish shit. Are you kidding me? How fucking sheltered are you guys? Do you only exist on Twitch? Open your fucking eyes, man. You don't know about feeders? That shit is crazy. I went down this rabbit hole many years ago. I mean, I can't show you most of these because, like I said, a lot of them bring their cock out.
Today I got a large chili cheese tot filled with chili and cheese. Oh.
Cool 3D world, huh?
3 fucking
no big YouTubers.
Dogs. Oh. And oh, 2 fucking deluxe burgers.
It's a pretty healthy portion.
And for dessert, haha, I got a large chocolate cake I'm gonna drench in fucking mayonnaise.
Fuck yeah, you are, baby.
Well, first I'm gonna start here with these fucking tater tots and chili. Oh.
Foodie, this is not foodie, it's feeder. There's just multiple types of feeders. There's feeders that feed food to other people who want to get fat and die. And I'm not saying that, like, that's actually their goal. They want to die by being fat. So there's people that feed them that, and then the people that do it to themselves also call themselves feeders. Also, these were pioneers, by the way. This basically invented mukbangs.
Damn. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, this guy's going in. This guy's really going in. Kind of reminds me of Carl from Aqua Teen. He sounds like the guy from Men in Black, the cockroach guy, when he takes on a human form. Yeah, it's a pretty cool community, to be honest. They had some power players like the Edinburgh Fatty. Who were the other big ones? Edinburgh Fatty. This guy. Who was the other one? There was like another Marvel's Avengers of Feeder. I don't know. I don't remember remember it off the top of my head. Thanks for the resub, Zolp, and the Prime Howlin'. Oh, Adult Baby Diaper Lovers? Yeah, Adult Baby Diaper Lovers is another classic. As far as I know, they still go strong. Holy shit, Chronic! Oh my fucking god. This man's gonna cure my sprained ankle with gift subs. Jesus, thanks for the generosity, man. Thanks for the fat 50 gift subs. Good lord. I need the ice again. Lou Dong. That's our boy. We can't watch Lou on Twitch though, because like I said, he genuinely does just grope bare tits and ass. He goes under their bikinis and shit to grab and grope, so we can't watch him on Twitch to be honest, it's kind of a shame. Because no one massages like Lou. How's the chest going? Pretty good. Pretty good. I appreciate that, Crypto. Sweet man. Welcome. Oh, fuck. Cooking with Jack is amazing. We watched all of his mayonnaise recipes, though. Cooking with Jack doesn't use mayonnaise anymore, so we don't watch him. Dragon's Den? We can do Dragon's Den, sure. Oh, God. Time to elevate again. Let's try.
Next up is Surrey.
Alright, what do we got? Simon's heartfelt plea won't make up for his diabolical net profit ratio. Sounds interesting. Thanks for the gift sub, Simple. Just pushes the little girl over. This is how I make money. I push kids off of bikes. I'm willing to part with 20% equity in my business.
Hello, my name's Simon Booth. I'm here today looking for £75,000 for 10% of my business. Kidimoto, since 2004, is the award-winning designer, developer, distributor, manufacturer of unique wooden balance bikes for 2 to 5 year olds.
And yeah, Elliot, of course.
Balance bikes are the perfect way to start children onto cycling. Customers include John Lewis.
Why don't we just skip that and teach them how to drive cars?
Honda, Suzuki, Triumph, to name but a few. We project that sales revenues will hit the £5 million mark in 2014.
Wow!
Thank you very much. And now Ruby's going to give you a little demonstration of a balance
Thanks
bike.
the prime crack.
Grand claims from Simon Booth, who's brought along his 3-year-old
So what did he make?
daughter to demonstrate his pedal-free children's balance bikes. In
That looks
return for a
so not
10%
fun.
stake, the Somerset entrepreneur needs £75,000 to expand his company.
That's the invention of Flintstone's bike. Bye bye.
Theo Paphitis
Hope you had
looks
fun.
impressed.
Simon, hello, I'm Theo.
Hello, Theo.
What a fucking
It's a
terrible
great product.
invention.
It's a quality product. I just want some quick numbers so I can tune.
Was this
in
before
to
electricity? What do you mean a quality product?
Yeah, initially it started at trade shows or consumer shows selling direct.
It's the numbers I'm after.
Yeah, we'd sold in the first year sold 300 units, and that was mostly direct. And I'd go and knock on doors of nurseries.
It's the numbers I'm after.
So, £30,000 first year,
Good.
50,000, 265,000.
Sounds like you made that up.
Then it went up to last year was 490.
Do you make any profit?
Yes.
How much did you make last year?
30,000.
You made clear profit, 30,000 quid.
Yeah.
It's a lot of quid.
To make?
£20.
And you sell them to the retailer for how much?
For an average of £50.
And the retail at what price?
Thanks for Prime Sam.
About £100.
Impressed by the figures and impressed with the product, Simon
This is
has
terrible
made a
fucking
good
product.
impression on the Dragon.
Who the fuck wants that?
But Duncan
Just get a real
Bannatyne
bike.
Looks distracted.
Or training wheels.
Simon, I'm confused as to why the motorbike's here.
Thanks the Prime
Because that's
fun.
kind of where the initial idea came from.
Right.
And these are replicas of motorcycles.
But do you own it?
That's my bike, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to buy it from
Where
you.
did you say
Give me
you're selling
50
this?
bucks.
Independently owned bicycle shops, motorcycle shops, toy stores.
So, this is what I would do if I was in your position, right?
I'd close
I
the
would sell
business.
motorbike. I would borrow money and credit cards and do everything I could to buy stock to keep 100% of my company.
Okay.
Why don't you do that?
The reason I've come to the Dragon's Den is really...
I didn't know that,
because
GT. That sounds kinda
it's
good.
Not just the investment. It would possibly be...
Thanks to Tier 1 Bryn, resub Cray.
investment that has got an incredible amount of business background and history and acumen that I can just bounce ideas.
So you come in here to find a friend?
Yeah, kind of, I guess.
Give us a look at one. They look really good.
A heartfelt plea from the entrepreneur. But how will he fare?
This is such a stupid fucking invention, Jesus. Why is it... What a dumb title. Diabolical net profit? The fuck does that even mean? It's a kid's Flintstone mobile. What a piece of shit. Oh, super sweet. Thanks, Harmon. And thanks to the resub Duck and Blood. Oh. Do I have a favorite type of wood? No. Why? A brace? Where the fuck am I gonna get a brace at 11 o'clock at night? Besides Walmart, because I'm not going to Walmart at 11 o'clock at night during a fucking pandemic. That's asking for disaster. I think I've heard of him, Stet. We've seen every weird addiction. Maybe it is. You know what? Maybe the problem is I didn't stretch it enough. So now it's built up. Jesus, I'm not going to urgent care for a sprained ankle. Thanks, Tropic. I used to like going to Walmart late at night, but not during fucking coronavirus. Thanks to the Prime G's. What do you mean? Well, was it when I was crawling away? I'm sorry, Mundane. Yeah, happy birthday, Lauren. I'm sorry. Well, now I feel bad. I didn't know. Rolling your ankle will be so much more common now? No, I think you're lying. Are you streaming Last of Us 2 tomorrow? Comes out on Friday, I thought. Isn't Last of Us 2 on Friday? I got chess tomorrow. Yeah, 19th, Friday. And yes, I am. If I've not seen Zebrawood or Buckeye Burl, you'd recommend me doing so. Maybe. Jesus Christ. How long does the ibuprofen take to kick in? I need it. It's getting bad, boys. Thanks to Prime G. Hentai Haven audition. Yep, I'm definitely not typing in hentai on Twitch. Appreciate the 1300 bits, Tug. Thank you, man. Appreciate the kind words. 30 minutes. Who remembers when I took it? 20 minutes ago. Fuck. Fuck! Go watch Scooby-Doo is publicly assassinated. That sounds terrible. Sounds like a shit meme. Did you only take one? I did. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Pikachu. I don't really have any words of wisdom, man, but I'm just wishing you the best. You find someone better in due time. There's always going to be others, Pikachu. Just hold your head high and keep your ankles safe. Tiana? Do we have a brace? Or like something I can make a brace out of? I'm gonna take that as a no. Thanks to the Prime Posh. Duct tape? I don't have any duct tape. That'd be terrible, duct taping my fucking ankle. All that hair. Dealing with angry customers. You know, I actually could, you know, not even kidding, I actually could make a brace out of fleshlights. That shit really tightens up. I made body armor out of it once and it cut off my circulation for a little bit. I actually could make a fleshlight brace. I'm thinking about it. Thanks for the bits, Tug. This? I can't do it on Twitch though, I can't bring out my fleshlights. Wow. That looks pretty intense.
Hello? Hello? Does anybody work here?
No, ma'am, it's fucking closed.
Self-service?
Why'd you recommend this? It looks like shit.
Hello?
Alright, this is terrible. This is fucking terrible. Jesus Christ. Alright, hold on. I'm trying to make something here. Oh, baby. Okay. Alright, let's try that. Am I excited for The Last of Us 2? Well, I love the first game. I read the leaks and I watched a lot of the cutscenes from Last of Us 2 and they all look like shit. But the reviews on it are stellar. So I'm going to go in with an open mind and hope that it's good. And somehow they make all of that make sense in the game and actually be good. So we'll see. I think I made a little brace here. Out of a dish towel. Thanks to Tier 1 Randy. Paid reviews? Yeah, I don't believe that. I used to believe in paid reviews, but then I turned 18. They don't need to pay for reviews. Reviewers themselves are fucking pussies. Reviewers wouldn't want to anger gamers. So if the reviewer doesn't like a game that's a popular game, they're not gonna like give it a shit score. But it's not because they're paid off. Thanks for the bits, Floyd and Zeno. Thanks to the Prime Soul Shot and Winter. Nah, no one pays for reviews. The only people that pay for reviews are indie games. You know how many times an indie game sends me some kind of fucking message asking for some kind of positive review on some indie game? You know who's never done that? A AAA game. Thanks for Tier 1 trash. Just people are afraid to review a AAA game that's, like, popular and give it a shitty review because the internet will bitch at them forever. But that's not because they're paid off. Not wrong, Only Made. They pay to get access? Yeah, they get early access, and I'm sure that gives them some kind of bias. But they're not paid to make a good review. They're just held hostage to make a good review because of fucking internet fanboys. I remember when I just said Uncharted 4 wasn't that great and got fucking annihilated for that. Because all people want to hear is, oh, but I like the game. That means everyone has to like the game. They're fucking garbage. It's not that good. Yeah, but you can't say it's not that good when it first comes out. You have to wait at least a year before you can say something like Uncharted 4 wasn't that good. And I forgot. I didn't take a year before saying that. I said right away, hey, it's not that good. Thanks for the tier 1 mom's nut. And thanks for the tier 1 Rin YOLO. Thanks for the resub, big ol' blammo. Glad you like the chess match. Thanks, Magic. Yeah, I'll try and keep that in mind. Right now I'm just putting a lot of pressure on my foot. Not in any particular fashion. I've just wrapped a dish towel around it. My big fat pet makeover. Nah. Have I watched American Pickers? Yeah, it's not very good, man. Show's kind of ass. Watch Extreme Penile Pain. Do you actually think Twitch would let me watch Extreme Penile Pain? I don't like Kitchen Nightmares that much, man. I'm not a huge fan. Shrooms and pipes. Ah, you've recommended a Source filmmaker meme. That's big. That's huge. Nice. Thanks to the resub matter and the prime coffee.
What?
That's always the good stuff. Thanks to the resub, sick. I actually watched Next when it used to air on MTV. They don't really have any like episodes on YouTube that are in watchable quality last time I checked. Thanks to the resub, Kooky. What about some bad games? We did bad games a couple days ago. Put on creepy shit. Ah, that's a good suggestion. Do you have anything in particular? Or... Can't just type in creepy shit and find something. We can go to the classics like Crypt TV, but that's about it. Yeah, we've seen all of Live PD up until like 2 weeks ago. Feed! Short film.
Hello? Is anyone home?
Kind of looks like Aubrey Plaza. I appreciate that, T. I hope that hard time's behind you soon, man. It absolutely does not tug. Nanny cam. This is pretty creepy. Watch out!
What, Brad? Brad?
Sorry, I was walking up the stairs. What's your flavor again? I see pistachio.
Did you and
Thanks to
Lisa
the resub,
install
Kia.
some kind of like sex cam in our living room?
Not in the living room. Can you ask what she wants?
She's not home yet. You can do whatever you want in your bedroom, but like in the living room, if...
Whoa. Hello? I can't hear.
Brad?
Oh man, Crypt TV always knows just how to scare ya. No sex cam, huh? Then how do you explain this? Oh my goodness! Just leave the house, quick! Why would you investigate? Like, you don't have to, you can just leave. She was right by the front door, just dip out, like, ah, fuck it.
Lisa?
Next to resub, Iodomo. Yeah, it must be Lisa hanging out in the attic. Let's double check. Thanks to the Prime, wasted space. Ah, fuck. Thanks to the bits, Hando.
Whoa, jeez.
Oh, I thought that was Jimmy Fallon.
Naomi,
I think there might be something
I
in the
can't
house.
understand
Listen to
you.
me. I think
Slow
it might
down.
be that.
Uh-oh. Run, Brad! Hey, they saved a lot of money on this one. They didn't have to show anything. Nice. Well, that was another good one. Another classic. Oh, what do you mean, whispers? On Twitch? Okay, I can do that. Pony Smasher, he's the guy who did Lights Out. Yeah, we went through his whole catalog already. He kind of just makes like the exact same thing every time. Lights Out was good though. I haven't seen the full movie, but the short was good. You must be new here, Mythalion. That is so cute. I Want to Marry Harry is a truly incredible dating show with full episodes on YouTube. That was probably, I think that was the first show we watched from start to finish. That is a true classic. The winner of the show, Kimberly, actually reached out to me about a month ago. Why do you keep saying Nexpo, bro? Why? We don't do big YouTubers, man. Thanks to the resub, Akuka. What did she say? She just said she enjoyed our shit. Thanks for the resub, Abigail. Watch new Belle video. Bro, you can't even fucking spell her name right. You're never gonna have sex with her. It's B-E-L-L-E. Thanks to the tier 1 deoxamizer. Thanks to the Prime Fat. Look up deals Shark Tank regret never taking. Yeah. How long should I wait to jerk off again? I'd say give yourself a few hours. Man, people really just love to spam YouTubers, huh? Thanks to the resub, Zenith. Like, I don't know how else to express we don't do big YouTubers. I don't get it. Thanks to the Prime Rainbow Turban. Watch Michael Cera's Brazzaville Teenager. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Hondo. Thank you, man. Is this some kind of porn thing? Brazzaville? That's awfully close to Brazzers. Thanks to the resub, Sonic. It's fine. Okay. Fuck! Jesus, it's 19 minutes. Wow, Michael Cera has his own YouTube channel. I'll give it a minute or two. I like Michael Cera, but I don't think I'm going to enjoy this.
How's your father doing?
They don't know right now. Later they'll see. He's got to be kept stretched out indefinitely. They don't know anything.
Thanks for the Prime.
Classy guy or
Robinich.
and a hot guy?
He's not so hot right now. He just kind of collapsed into himself accordion style. Pinched off nerves.
Never heard of pain like this.
All my life I thought a deathbed scene would be the thing that united us. We would clutch each other, he would drop his goddamn lifelong cool and tell me what it was all about.
Alright, I don't know why you recommended this. This just seems like some kind of heavy short show. I don't know why you'd throw that one in here. Watch The Takeover. It's a short film. God damn it. Why are we recommending short films? What am I looking for? Okay. 42 minutes? Jesus. Slut. Well, that's a bit aggressive. Thanks for the resub, Nep. And the resub, Hydra. I'm not gonna watch it. It's way too long. Maybe it's good though. I mean, it comes from the talented Media Matrix, so you know it's at least quality. Thanks for the Prime, Yoshi. Kata? Is that you? Sweet, thanks Zine. And Seg. No, we didn't finish Temptation Island. The show just got real shitty. Watch Sight Read by Tom Breyer. What am I looking for?
So yeah, there will need to be a page removed in the middle.
So he's just a good piano player? That's my boy Tom. That's what it's all about, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you, Con. And thanks for the resub, Diarity. Tom's gonna get my ass DMCA'd. I've seen 70s Japanese Spider-Man. I'm very familiar. pedophile. That's fucked up, man. What? Why? He's just playing the piano. I mean, what the fuck? The internet can't help but call someone a pedophile. Poor guy. Dude's just out here sight reading some piano music. Can't click links, Cummy. You know that. Watch old Filthy Frank. I got a hot take for you. Never liked Filthy Frank. I like Joji. I've always liked him as a person. Just never really liked Filthy Frank. But that's probably just because I don't really like that, like, loud, jingling keys kind of shit. Crazy woman flips out at Barnes and Nobles. Isn't that the fake one? Yeah, this is fake. This was proven fake. That's old as shit. This is the resub biscuit. I don't know what that means, MK, but for sure. Watch Gene Ray. Time Cube. Jesus Christ. It's this guy again. Why? Why recommend an hour and 41 time cube thing? I do love Down the Rabbit Hole, though. The 5-minute one's just an interview with him. I'm pretty sure I've seen this. Thanks for the resub, Rayman.
On tonight's show, the wisest man
No super sweet biscuit, by the way.
dueling cam girls and gay hobbits. This is Unscrewed. Speaking of the show, tonight's show, man, it's a perfect 9. If you've spent any amount of time on the internet, you've probably stumbled across timecube.com. This is a site that explains that there are 4 different simultaneous 24-hour days within a single rotation of Earth. Not one, which means I've been missing out on 3 happy hours a day, I suppose.
Alright, that's probably enough of that. But yeah, I'm familiar with the time cube guy. Oh, fuck. When an American meets a British person. I have no expectations on this one. I'm expecting this to be a real stinker-rooney, but just for you, man. Oh, what do we got? Ah, it's a skit! I'm even less confident.
Oh, what the fuck are you doing here, dude?
What are you fucking doing here?
Get the fuck out of here, man. It's fucking America, dude.
I'm fucking visiting my country. The Queen's flowing in me. Look at the power I have.
Fuck your fucking.
I don't know why I wasn't confident. It's pretty good.
No one gives a fuck anymore, dude.
Fuck you.
The Office is better in the US version anyway, dude.
Ricky Gervais is way funnier.
Hey, dude, why don't you suck the declaration of my dick right now, dude?
We have the best trained soldiers in the world.
That's why no one
pretty
cares
solid.
Your fucking tea party,
good.
bro, because it blows like you and your stupid fucking country and your dumbass queen.
Stupid ass queen.
Nice. I don't know why people recommend skits knowing full well that I really don't like skits. It's just setting yourself up for a recipe for disaster, man. I'm just not a fan. It's got all the ingredients I don't really like. Dancing. Yeah, I'm really dancing. I hate that shit. I appreciate it, Parskit. Thank you, man. And appreciate it, Zaid. Congrats on winning $12 on the lottery, Tommy. That's good shit. That's probably more than 80% of the people that played. Alright, fine. I'll give the bad cooking playlist a try. I just don't have much confidence in it. See, like, I immediately don't have confidence. It immediately starts with Weber Cooks.
Hello, Wildcat.
While I do love Weber Cooks, it's just, like, the most obvious stuff. Kay's Cooking, of course. Ramen Noodle Bath. Pretty sure we saw that. Butts with skid marks. Don't think I've seen that. Well, that's pretty good. So, like, pigs in a blanket. but with ass. Oh, it actually comes from the official Ehow channel. I always wondered how mommy made the butts with skid marks. Now I finally found the recipe. Yeah, fair enough. Does Ehow still post? No fucking way. I can't believe it. Do-it-yourself washable shopping cart handle cover. Do-it-yourself waste reusable sponges. How to set up your sewing machine. When the fuck was the last time somebody used a sewing machine? It's like, this is like the AOL of YouTube. It's stuck like 20 years ago. This and Expert Village are the craziest little time capsules. Do-it-yourself Wizard of Oz Wicked Witch Legs. Does anyone even remember the Wizard of Oz anymore? I wonder how they made that.
Allegra, have you...
Alright. Hold on, does Expert's Village still post? It's actually been a while since I checked in. I love checking in on Expert Village. 5 years ago? Fuck. I'm pretty sure they still have like over 100,000 videos though. God, this channel was one of the biggest for a little while. No tutorials were more useless than Expert Village tutorials. Oh, I miss it. Actually, that really sound cool. Why don't you watch big YouTubers? That's just not what we're looking for, really. Of course, I've heard of Clickhole. It's just the Onion. I don't even know why Clickhole exists. It's literally just the Onion. Great Depression cooking. Seen it. Watch Wing Wing Rap. It's English. Sounds terrible. This? Is it this? Is this an old TV show? Oh, this is pretty cool. Wow, it kind of goes hard. Oh, hold on. Is there like porn in it? It looks like a porn thing. Is it a porn thing? I'm not even gonna risk it. Look cool though. Thanks to the tier 1 Ghoul Gal and the resub chance. I've got to be extra careful with Twitch right now. How to bake cheese.
Hello, my name is Pete Dryden, and I'm going to show you how to bake cheese.
Hey, Pete.
Things you will need.
No,
Sliced
no
cheese,
sad.
cooking spray, a baking sheet, and an oven.
Okay. Can we substitute the oven for a lighter?
Cooking spray. Then preheat the oven to
Or
350
do you give sub
degrees.
Twickle?
Now place the cheese slices on the baking sheet in a single layer. Place the baking sheet in the oven and bake for 5 to 7 minutes, or until the cheese is completely melted. Remove from the oven and let cool before serving. And that is how you bake cheese.
Oh.
Okay.
Really quite the expert. What else has he taught us? Oh, it's Expert Village for cooking. It's Cooking Guy. Wow. God, there's so many of these channels. Fuck. Family style taco dinners with Brooke Burke. Oh yeah. Nobody makes a family dinner like Brooke.
Hey everybody, I'm Brooke from
What's up,
Modern
Brooke?
Mom, and today we're talking about family dinners. And family dinners is something that I always enjoyed as a child, and I'm trying to carry on that tradition with my own family. And Tuesdays have become Taco Tuesdays.
Thanks, Afro. And no, I don't
I'm
think
going
we've
to show
seen
you
that.
how to throw it all together. It's really easy, it's really fast, and I like to prep it all before my kids get home from school if I'm lucky, and they love this meal. Really healthy and fun. So one of the best things about
Thanks to the tier
Taco Night is
one,
all
Dijo.
the kids love to make their own tacos, and they can design them to their liking. So what I like to do is get a bunch of little bowls. I shred up the lettuce really nice.
So this isn't even cooking.
I fill some little glass bowls.
They're making
with
it
lettuce.
themselves.
I fill a bowl up with cheese. I pour my store-bought salsa into a bowl.
What?
And then I chop the olives that look just like this. I put them in a bowl. I get some nice taco chips.
Oh, finally. Now I know. How to pick the healthiest chocolate. It is fascinating how many channels there are like that. Ever seen Gaming in the Clinton Years? Are these like memes or something? I don't know why you keep asking me to look this up, but here, just for you, man. I want to save the bad cooking playlist before I forget. Jesus. Jesus. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. I see why you've been spamming that for like an hour and a half. That was awesome. Damn, that was fucking crazy. It had like that like a, you know, clipped music, you know, because the bass was so heavy and blasted. And you had this standing up goat. I mean, everybody really is gangsta until the goat is standing, am I right? Like, goddamn. That is some fat truth right there. That's what makes it so comedic. Now I get it. Thanks for the gift sub, Floyd, in the Prime Valley. Have I ever seen Clone High? I don't know. Sounds familiar. You've just recommended a 4-hour and 30-minute show? Ah, it was an MTV show. I see. I see. Big Moods from Clone High.
Abe, I think you're bleeding.
That's a big mood.
Fried peanut butter banana sandwiches and a thermos full of tranquilizers. Thank you very much. Yep. I gave you one of my kidneys. I will see you there. And by will.
That was good. That's another banger. What's up, Tennessee? Yep, we've watched RBT Australia. It's not bad. It's really not bad. Thanks for the Prime, Maddie. But yeah, now I've just checked out Clone High, G-Man. It looks like a show I'd hate. It actually looks like a show I'd truly hate. Yeah, it looks bad. Thanks for the Prime, Care Bear. Gaming in the Clinton Years. What am I looking for? I don't understand. This is 37 minutes. George Wood and his show Gaming in the Clinton Years may be the most infamous series of video game reviews on the internet.
In June of 2006, a YouTube channel called Navigator began uploading video game reviews. To put it mildly, they were a bit strange. Released as Gaming in the Clinton Years, the reviews were, as the name implies, of games released between 1993 and 2000,
Nice.
with the vast majority of them being releases for Nintendo consoles. While each video was, ostensibly, meant to review the game in question, they were often much more than just reviews. Videos would often spend over half their time walking the viewer through the game, or talking about cheat codes, and when it came to the actual review portion, it seemed as though the narrator was almost a bit unhinged. He would make bizarre, inappropriate jokes at inopportune times. He would often lose his train of thought and begin talking about something completely...
Why did you recommend this? It was just shitty video game reviews? But who cares? right? Like, who gives a fuck? He's a bad
Donkey Kong
reviewer.
Country is truly perfect. If you do not get this amazing new generation of Donkey Kong madness, you are stupid. Yes, I know, that's insulting, but it's also the truth. So which will it be? PlayStation, Jaguar, M2, or Saturn? The answer is none of the above. There's another advanced gaming system that will win the war, and it's Virtual Boy, the 32-bit, 180...
Alright, I don't know, I don't understand why he recommended that. That seems boring as a motherfucker. So he reviewed old Nintendo games, and that's it. What the fuck? Thanks to the Prime Kebby and the resub Bane and Kutar. How to Dorito Casserole by Maniac Grammy. This is kind of good. I've watched Curd Nerd. I actually watch him.
Okay, everybody, we're going to make a Dorito casserole, and you need a bag of Doritos of your choice.
Okay.
And you need cream of mushroom soup, 1 cup of salsa.
Oh, she measures. She's a good chef.
You need an 8x8 pan, but mine's in use, so I'm using a 9x9. I've got 2.
This is fucked up. You just recommended good cooking, didn't you?
2 cups of Mexican cheese, your choice. And a pound of Hamburg meat.
Is your ankle feeling any better? Oh, yeah. I think the ibuprofen kicked in, or the little brace I made is working. But it's feeling better.
There it is right there.
Yeah, it sucks. It's just actual cooking, not bad cooking. You know, in fact, I am so confident in my brace, I'm going to fill up my water, because I'm thirsty as shit. We'll be back in just a second. Here's ordinary sausage.
He didn't get the credit that he deserves, so we are going to fix that mistake right now. For this score art that was featured in the last one, please visit ddfilm_Ontario. So go on Twitter and say, hey, thanks for, And the third thing is, I thought just putting stuff in the description, people would read it, but apparently a lot of people don't go into the description of the YouTube videos. So yes, to answer a very common question, yes, I do finally have a Patreon, and you can find the link in the description. Or I can just tell you right now that it's patreon.com/ordinary sausage. So, not too hard to figure out. Enough about the news. I know that we want to get to the sausage. And my local Chinese restaurant has finally opened back up. So with that, I think we should just go right ahead and get to the sausaging. It made about a medium-sized batch of sausage. If I didn't tell you what this was, you'd say, hey, what is this, the Thanksgiving episode joke again? I think I have a new technique that I thought of while I was on the toilet. And, I think we have the answer to our sausage bursting problem. And it's a spacing issue, and we're going to solve that with right now. Okay, so I think right, the issue is spacing, right? We've been packing in the sausage and sealing them. We're not really doing ourselves any services by doing that. So I figured that we just leave a lot of space in between links and keep them open. That way, if anything starts expanding, it'll just spill out of, the end. So that's my sausage theory. I didn't go, to sausage, university like my father. That's a topic all on its own. Let's give this theory a shot. Okay, here we go. There is method to this madness, and I will show you, you know, why this doesn't look like, you know, part of, you know, this looks like Oh man, maybe that's only enough for one sausage. All right, it's better to risk it on two small ones than one normal sized one. So these aren't lookers, but you know, we're just trying to get a sausage that you know, won't burst on us. Here we go. It's almost alien in nature. Well, I'll tell you what, folks. You know, these sausages, they couldn't be, you know, held apart. They just had to come together. It's a real, you know, love story in the form of sausages. Mazel tov! Despite all things, this turned out to be, you know, a pretty normal-looking sausage. Even though we started off with, you know, two and it merged into one. It's got a good crust on it. It's not jiggly. The hopes are high for this one. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna tell you how it is. All right, so I think first we'll take a bite, and then we'll start adding our condiments and seeing if that affects the overall score. So here we go. First initial bite. Well, the first initial bite, it's pretty plain Jane. I mean, it does taste like an egg roll, but because we don't have that egg roll wrapper crust, we don't have that kind of crunch. We do have a little bit of crunch from the skin here. Let's see if we can dress it up with you know, some condiments, because you know, I eat my egg rolls, you know, with the duck sauce and the hot mustard. Here we go. Overall feelings, you know, putting the duck sauce and mustard on it boosted the score for me. So had we not have had any condiments, this would be a 2 out of 5. But with adding the hot mustard and duck sauce, it's going to elevate that to a 3 out of 5. Bop, 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 bop. You know, truth be told, I've been eating the heck out of the sausage stuffing, you know, since the start of this thing. Because, boy, do I love myself some egg rolls. And it's just, you know, a shame what we do for the love of sausage. If you guys haven't noticed, we have a new logo for the show. One of the fans of the show, he contacted me after the last one and said, "Hey, I'm a graphic designer, and I think I can make a better logo." And you know, it's I just want to do it just to help out the show. And so God bless him. He didn't complain once through all of the revisions that I put him through, and I know I put him through a lot. So if you want to show your appreciation to this show, to this channel, you could do so by visiting at TechCrate1's Twitter profile and let them know how much you enjoyed the new logo. All right, and with that, we'll start the show. Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back, I guess, to another episode here. And what an episode it is. You may be saying, hey, but these don't look like MREs. There was a little screw up at the post office, and they're working on getting that package returned. But until then, we can celebrate the Jewish holiday here of Passover with some classic Passover foods. We have the matzah, gefilte fish, some horseradish here. You put that with the gefilte fish. Manischewitz wine, and we got some matzah ball soup mix. So we're gonna do a Passover sausage. You know, I think it's important that I try what these foods taste like when they're not in sausage form. So we'll give that a shot. That's not very comforting. There's a whole lot of shimmer that I was not expecting. All right, you know, looks aren't everything. It's how it tastes.
What's up, you
You're
pussies?
supposed to eat the broth. Give it a little bit more of that broth.
So my brace didn't make it. The brace couldn't hang with the journey. Oh, thanks for the resub, Simple. They're simply courtesy. Yeah, I watch all of his content, Gracie. What is it now? Sea Bear by Pam Tree. Isn't that wacky animation? Oh, man. Ah, it is that wacky little animation, eh? I've seen every single one of his videos. I know that he uses the sausage face of me. I'm familiar. Please, please, Jesus, please, God. I don't know. I fucking rolled my ankle today, and it's been fine all day. It hasn't hurt at all. I actually forgot I did it until fucking started streaming, and it's been brutal, brutal. Thanks to the resub, Tempest. But here, I've already seen it, but I'll let it ride for a minute just for you. Oh.
Tonight is the night that SpongeBob and Patrick go camping.
Oh, thanks to the resub, Trooper.
Now I will be able to get my beauty sleep.
Did Matt Pat make 1,000 videos on this? Full of theories like he does for Five Nights at Freddy's? Thanks for the resub, Render. This is real wacky.
SpongeBob. SpongeBob.
Whoa, 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 wait, your band is Outline in Color? Wait just a minute, is it the Outline in Color I listen to?
We are camping outside of my house.
Oh, okay.
Have fun inside.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, are you actually in Outline in Color?
With you.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen that, but it's just another wacky animation. Thanks to the Prime Olympius. It's a good band. So yeah, definitely. Check out SpongeBob is Amazing. Ah, I see we're going down the SpongeBob meme rabbit hole, are we? I don't know what I'm looking for. Yeah, it just didn't come up. What is it? What's NBK? Can't say I've heard of him. Thanks for the Prime Titty Roll. Look up Sock 5. Sock 5. 3 skins without min from David Firth, creator of Salad Fingers. Ah, we're going for the... Man, you can really tell how much I love these wacky animations by the last 5 we've watched, so I'm glad we're still going down here. I think David Firth is an extremely talented guy, though. Hey, Jim Can't Swim, I know what that is. I've seen that. Appreciate the 5 gift subs, Spur. Thank you, man.
Billy Masters has been quite a naughty boy. Don't you understand this? I said, don't you understand this?
Classic Sock 5.
Pick them up! Now put me away, you stupid girl. Someone will see!
Another classic indeed. Actually, resub dipshit. Thanks for the resub, Hallow. Yeah, I remember Adam Tutorial, of course. God damn it. Free solo rock climbing. What if he falls? The terrifying reality behind filming free solo. Thanks to the resub, Nick in the Prime Ace. Actually is really cool, by the way. Just the free rock climbing like this.
Alex Honnold is the foremost free soloist in the world. He has free soloed routes that no one else can. To free solo
Thanks for the
means
gift
to
sub
climb
coming
without
in the
ropes
Prime
or safety
Samurai.
equipment. One false move, one slip, and it's over.
Nice. Well, we don't really do music during just chatting, but I will listen to it on my own. I already listen to Outline in Color.
My directing partner and husband, Jimmy Chin, is a professional climber, and we were interested in making a feature-length documentary about his friend Alex.
When Chai and I first talked about making a film about him,
Climbing is
we were
so
talking
fucking
about
hard.
A character study, a general portrait of Alex, why he was extraordinary.
But we realized Alex was dreaming of doing something much bigger, much more dangerous.
The only
He's
thing
going to
that
climb
would
the
justify
air.
Making a movie with me is doing something that I'm like truly proud of.
Thanks the Prime
For me, the
Fev.
big dream has always been free soloing El Cap.
What genre is that music? Outline in Color?
The culmination of anything I can imagine.
I guess it's hard to put a genre on it.
El Cap is monumental.
It's not like rapper,
3,000
it's,
feet
we're
of
talking
sheer
like metal.
granite. Free soloing it would be one of the greatest.
There's just so many fucking subgenres of metal, I don't know where it'd fit.
But is it ethical to film someone as he risks his life?
When I found out Alex was thinking about
Thanks for the gift sub,
free soloing El
Tempest.
Cap, Chai and I needed to step back and take some time to really think if this was something we wanted to take on.
That looks like fake water. Am I being lied to?
Every journalist
Does a video
and
game render?
documentary filmmaker goes into situations without knowing what happens next. This
Thanks
is
for
the
the resub,
truth
Andy.
of nonfiction. You can be mindful not to put the needs of a film before those of your subject, but how much precaution is enough? We had this ethical question. Is he more likely to fall when we were there because we can be a distraction than if he is by himself?
I'm aware that a camera changes the
Who gives a fuck? Either way, you come out on top, lady. Think of those ratings.
Of success and
Those
failure
YouTube
are
views will be off the
very,
chart.
very thin. You just don't know what
Helped Logan
it's
Paul.
gonna be that might tip the scale.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, guys.
What's up, Alex? So you didn't fall, huh? Well, let's keep doing it.
That was perfect. I was pretty sick.
Thanks for the resub size.
Mikey looks traumatized, dude.
Are you okay?
You know,
Really, Bryce?
it's a little stressful. I won't lie.
Thanks for the resub, Supreme.
Alex was going to do the climb with or without us, but we decided that to be able to live with ourselves filming it,
His
we
fingers
needed to
don't
set
look
certain
that big.
guidelines. First,
I guess I can't
Alex's
really
safety
tell.
was always going to be the priority, and second, we needed to protect the integrity of his experience.
How are you gonna keep him safe? What, do you have a net down there? Is it invisible?
To be able to move forward on this film, the makeup of the crew was critical. They had to be elite professional climbers who understood what Alex was doing. Their interactions with Alex had to be carefully managed, and they had to remain completely neutral about Alex's decision to make or not make the attempt to free solo.
Usually it's just ad block, man. Typically there's no ads, but for some reason there's like a skip ad immediately.
Even though we thought through every scenario carefully, it was still difficult to film Alex.
Do you ever get nervous?
That really is so fucking impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought climbing would be that hard until I started bouldering.
Want to be nervous.
It is
If you
really
start
hard.
being nervous at all, you'll blow.
There's the resub, Papa. Appreciate it, Moist.
The people we chose for the crew had to be not only great at shooting, but also very strong climbers and able to work under incredibly stressful situations and not make any mistakes. It also helped that the crew was made up of Alex's friends. That added a layer of comfort, camaraderie, and trust. But I also understand the reality of when something unexpected happens that's outside of your control.
I was just about to say, has he ever come close to dying?
It doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how talented you are. I put my foot on this, what looked like part of the wall, and a piece about the size of a small backpack launch. And Jim is below me, Dave is below me.
That flew like right here. And then another one went like right here.
Can you imagine though, like if that did hit? That'd be huge. Alex is doing the most dangerous part, and yet the film crew's the one getting fucking taken out.
Assessing them, minimizing them, and then moving on.
So, yeah. Yeah. You got real down there.
Why are we up here again?
That is just very impressive. Congratulations, Alex. Keep up the good work. There hasn't been a video of him in over a year. Is he still alive? Or did one of the mountains beat him? There's the resub wool. It's alright, Cummy, but I mean, probably won't like the meme, to be honest. ACA news. ACA doesn't have anything new, man. It's all coronavirus.
These families.
Blokes accidentally live stream themselves with stolen camera. See, that doesn't sound very good. Yeah, see, all of these are just kind of underwhelming right now. A lot of them are just coronavirus focused. Thanks for the resub, Nathan. It's a shame. I do love the ACA, though. High court battle over this peanut butter jar. Never mind. That's classic ACA. What do we got?
Such a fuss about peanut butter. An
Thanks
American
to the resub, Noble.
multinational is pursuing an Aussie company in a dispute that's now heading to the highest court in the land. How much is at stake? Well, it's certainly not peanuts.
At least $50, I'd say.
It's the same recipe, same great taste. Now Aussie owned by Bega.
Well, so we thought.
It's absolutely outrageous. It's a typical example of a huge wealthy foreign company taking on an Australian company. No.
Dick's.
What, you can't fight?
Dick,
What, are you some kind of pussy?
An argument over peanut butter end up in the High Court.
It is utterly ridiculous.
There's a costly legal war going on over peanut butter.
I'd say they're probably getting close to $1 million already.
A Barney over a jar with
Oh,
the
nice
origin
animation.
label between Bega Australia and Kraft.
They're going up against Kraft?
And often, you know, Aussies
Oh, they can't win.
underdog, and we really see this situation as being no different.
No, you can't. You literally can't beat Kraft. They could buy Australia from you just to win the case.
Took out the first round. Then it went to the full federal court, where Bega won again. But the Yanks.
That's a good question, though. Who's eating Kraft's peanut butter?
It's now off to the High Court.
We feel
Nobody's
very
eating
confident in our
Kraft's peanut butter.
position, and a position that's been supported by 2 full court processes.
Like shit, if a fucking grocery store got looted, there'd still be nothing but Kraft's peanut butter left in there. No one wants it.
460 million in 2017.
No one would even want to take that for free.
And they want it back.
Some, like Dick Smith, thought it was worthy of a
Thanks for the resub, Joss. The gift
I
sub, Noble.
rejoiced when it came back into Aussie hands. First of all, Vegemite, how fantastic. But the peanut butter went with it.
Bega purchased the brekkie spread from Kraft subsidiary
I hate Australian slang, brekkie, for breakfast.
Says it now appears Kraft USA didn't like that too much.
The federal court has said, well, look, you sold it. You sold the name, you sold the brand dressing, you sold the
Yeah, we've
trade
seen all of it,
dressing, you
Hacky.
sold the
We've seen
yellow
all of Cooking
top
with Water.
lid,
Well, I
you
have.
sold the goodwill, you sold the
Have fun, Devin.
premises, you sold
Good
your
luck.
staff. Bigger
Next to the
bought
Resub
everything.
Ninja and Gazelle.
Australian owned. I can taste it already.
The row is all over who owns the trade dress of the popular spread, that yellow label and yellow lid.
I'm an expert at making peanut butter, and I know anyone can make it.
Okay, just make it
What
green.
Bega bought, of course, was the yellow and blue label and the yellow top of the Kraft peanut
It
butter.
makes it look old.
Now
It makes it look
appears
gross.
Kraft is saying, oh no, you didn't actually get the label.
It's a
You didn't
terrible
get the
color
yellow top.
combo.
What did they buy? Nothing?
Bega boss Adam McNamara agrees and says his company didn't pay peanuts for it either.
We remain confident in our position. Bega is a very proudly owned
Anything that's
Australian
yellow
food
just
company.
looks old.
And we believe that
We should
bought
just get
the
rid of that
trade
color.
dress, the recipe,
All yellow
the
items just
trademark,
look
and ultimately
ancient.
the factory here in Port Melbourne in good faith.
Reminds me of like
For
the
a short time
70s.
after the deal was done, way back in 2017, Kraft and Bega went on to sell the same peanut butter in very similar jars. The Aussie one adding Bega
Ew,
to the
looks like
label.
medicine.
Few Aussie supermarkets would stock the American-owned version, and hence the legal stoush.
Thanks to the resub
now,
chips.
Kraft has said, oh no, Bega, even though you've paid us hundreds of millions of dollars, you can't use that label and that colour anymore.
Both
Then change the colour.
misleading conduct, and Bega has won every step of the way.
Been considerable time and investment.
Yeah, it's
but
I
guess,
know. It's no one
you
eats
know,
Kraft's
we feel
peanut
very
butter.
strongly about our position, and we're going to continue to defend that position.
And as for Dick, Dick, did you double dip?
I did double dip.
Dick
Hold on.
double dip.
Can I put my finger in? Don't tell anyone.
Jesus, this guy's a fucking animal. No wonder they're losing the case.
That's how you eat peanut butter.
And that's your jar.
Jesus Christ, man.
Now, we contacted Kraft Heinz for a comment, but the silence was deafening.
Yeah, you don't say they're a multi-billion-dollar company. You think they're going to talk to the ACA where your biggest cases are the ones where neighbors are mad at each other? Of course they're not going to fucking answer you. That's like me reaching out to Kraft for a comment. Finally, a good story from the ACA. See? A high-stakes case. It's about goddamn time. But yeah, that's about it. One good case in a month. Tank cooks in hot dog toaster. I don't even understand what this title means. Tank cooks in hot dog toaster. Is he Tank?
Hey, now it's time to actually cook some hot dogs in this hot dog toaster. Let's get this package of hot dogs open. Open up the hot dogs, open up the pack.
Yeah, get that shit
We're
open.
gonna open up the pack, we're gonna open up the pack.
He's having fun.
And like I said, using Nathan's, don't want to use the Feltmans on this. I think the Feltmans are a little bigger. So I think it's more better to be cooked in
Anyone like hot dogs in here?
Roman grill.
I feel like hot dogs is just like a last resort food when you need calories.
Put these here.
Really?
Yes, this
I'm
is
fucking surprised.
Slide it into place somehow.
Such an underwhelming food.
Alright, I guess put that on the bar there.
So this isn't really cooking, he's just putting these hot dogs in here, huh?
Hot dog toaster. Hot dog toaster.
Got some
Hot
good
dog
pipes though.
toaster, hot dog toaster. Hot dog toaster. Hot dog toaster. Get some rolls. You can cook the rolls in here too.
You got a good voice.
It says it warms the rolls.
Oh, it's a classic wizard, yeah, that's good.
Hot dog toaster. Hot dog toast. And you know I like my...
Oh, damn, I just spoiled it. I was gonna say, this guy's definitely a baseball fan, and then I saw the baseball shit above him.
I guess this was
God damn it.
Alright, so...
He just looks like a baseball fan.
One bun there.
Baseball fans have conditioned themselves to think hot dogs are good.
What is this Bolden basket shit? I mean, what the fuck, ShopRite? It's ShopRite brand. You're changing the name to Bolden basket so you can charge more?
What are you talking about?
Sounds more chic, more fucking, like, whole
What?
asshole foods or Whole paycheck?
What happened? What happened with the buns?
You're not fooling me. It's ShopRite brand.
All right, Tank. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Jesus,
So
it's a
we
bun.
got the buns. We got the hot dogs. I'll set it up to 5. I wish I could set it up to 11.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's not have another episode here.
I had to push the buns down a little tight.
Thanks for the resub. What in the prime pineapple? And the resub bolt and ball crack.
Save for another day. And let's see how long this takes. You see, some of these hot dogs are sticking up.
And it's a quality dog.
Why are you sticking your ass out like that? That doesn't seem like it should be. Let's make sure that.
There we go.
There it is now. It went down all the way. Oh boy, you can smell the newness. It's got that new the component smell.
I do love me the component smell. Ah, such a wonderful fragrance when you smell the component.
Something to drink.
I'm gonna send a quick text message while these hot dogs are cooking, Tank. I hope you don't mind. I don't mean to disrespect the art of a hot dogging out here or whatever. Same armpits.
Yeah, I could hear it sizzling. And
Alright, what do we got,
of course,
Tank?
I found out for sure that this was sent
We got some
by,
cooked dogs?
Ryan Basher, who has sent me many nice
Thanks for the
things.
resub,
He
Paul.
sent me the Ronco. He sent me the pizza oven. He sent me the air fryer. So let's see how this cooks up these hot dogs in here.
I'm optimistic.
They're sizzling. Let's pause for a moment, and we'll see in about 5 minutes how this comes out.
5 minutes? I can cook a hot dog in a microwave in 30 seconds.
Okay, this isn't a good sign.
Thanks for the tier 1 Limaline.
I think I might have blown a fuse. Oh, there we go. The surge protector stopped it from surging.
What happened? The toaster drew too much power?
So I guess I could go about the cooking here. Hopefully it doesn't surge again.
I've never even heard of crushed soda before.
Smells like the buns are starting to get a little toasty here, so I'm going to get ready and eject it. Ooh, you see the hot dog almost spring out of there?
I did see that. That was a close call. That would have been a waste of a good dog.
Got a little burnt over here. Gotta figure out how to get the damn buns out.
Yeah, sticking this fork in the toaster here is very bold. Very bold while it's still plugged in. I have to commend the bravery from Tank.
This isn't good. Alexa, stop. Right,
You can't fault the technique. His heart's in the right place.
Let me see if I can use the tweezer to get the buns out.
Do you have anything not metal we could stick in there?
Sign.
Next he's gonna get like another toaster and try and get it out with that.
Good for toasting the buns as it advertises.
Oh, back to the fork, eh? Right now, this is just teaching me that, you know, maybe putting the fork in the toaster isn't as dangerous as I was led to believe. Maybe it's all just a myth.
The bun nicely. Only got one bun out. Look at this. Talk about burning your buns.
What does that... Talk about electrocution. I'm coming in again. Here comes Tank. I think the electricity is confused. That's why he's not getting electrocuted.
Come on.
It's a good point, buddy boy. And thanks for the prime bounty. Toaster's not off. He made a point to talk about how it's still on.
Sticking a knife into a toaster, which is not a good thing to do.
Can't be any worse than the fork.
It appears that the buns actually got stuck over here on the side.
I think the problem is the electrical outlet is, it's gripped too tightly on the power cord. I'm gonna go try putting my knife in that.
My buns go!
There we go.
There we go.
Big rescue.
Crunchy buns burnt outside. It is on
I have
the
spoon, yeah.
inside. Alright.
Ah, we found the solution.
Go now.
Just lift the lever up a little bit.
Right, this is going to be a little different. Toasted on the outside of the bun. Maybe I did it wrong. Who knows? I'll figure it out.
No, your technique was flawless. I've only seen 0 people stick knives and forks into an on toaster before, but the technique looked fine.
These hot dogs, see how they came out? They actually, I think you're going to grab hot dogs with this thing. Oh, I see. It takes out the whole tray.
Do we not want that?
Let's see. These look cooked enough for you?
They look pretty cooked, yeah. Are we not satisfied?
Cooked enough for me.
What? How?
Let my dogs go! Yeah, I guess they're cooked enough. So we'll grab one doggy.
To be honest, this is actually making me want a hot dog. I've never wanted a hot dog in my fucking life. It's like a useless little food. This makes me almost want to try it again. I used to eat hot dogs a lot when I was a kid, but I haven't since I've been like, I don't know, since I was like 18.
3 doggies. And we'll grab 4 doggies. Alright, let's see how this came out. Of course, you see I have fries here.
Well, you can't have hot dogs without fries. Of course.
Let's see how this came out.
Any condiments? No? Raw? Bland?
Well, it tastes like the hot dogs came out pretty good.
That's good.
I gotta figure out how to do the buns a little bit better. Maybe put them down later, next time, so they don't burn up as much. But it's not bad. Thanks again, Ryan Baxter.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, this looks like a nice machine.
I would score these hot dogs a definite double.
What does that mean? Is that good? A double?
Coming out of this machine.
A ground rule double?
What will they think of next?
I'm assuming a double is good. Tank cooks bacon and eggs. What's up, Tank? Looking like Bill Burr out here, huh? It's a lot of cake.
Time to make breakfast. Yes, breakfast.
Thanks to the Prime, Wild Bear.
Today, but I think that's total bullshit. But
I can check that out though, not sure.
I
In a
am
minute.
making breakfast. Yes, I am making bacon and eggs.
I'm ready. I can handle it.
Here we go. I'll put down the foil. Now, this is a non-stick foil.
Thanks to the Prime, White Sox.
On the side. And let me tell you something. I'm making the bacon in the oven. Life-changing.
Excuse me, Tank. Is that an oven or a toilet? There's a lot of shit stains on that.
400 degrees. We're putting it on for 15 minutes.
Thanks to the Prime, Skeleton.
Slab of bacon.
Thanks to the Prime, Kush.
Stack the bacon.
Yeah, it's pretty
on
gross,
the pan,
Tempest.
Side by side.
I feel like I'm looking at two
Side
different
by side goes
asses.
the bacon. Side by side goes the bacon. La-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Then we start trying to squeeze it in a little bit as we get more bacon slabs on. Side by side goes the bacon.
Now, do you cook bacon on tin foil or aluminum foil? Excuse me. Because aren't you? You're not supposed to like heat shit up with aluminum foil, right? You can in the oven. Okay. I don't cook, so I don't know. I just know you can't put it in the microwave.
Changing experience. Slab of bacon here. And this is sort of a half slab. Put this slab there.
This is a lot of bacon for breakfast, Tank. Are we sure?
This one right up at the top.
Thanks for the gift
Kind
sub,
of
Sos.
a fattier one is thinner one. Looks like it was cut up a little thin. But here it is.
Nice.
Bacon. Bacon, 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 bacon.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll put the bacon in the oven at 400 for 15 minutes. Alexa, set a timer for 15 minutes.
How many belly buttons does this guy? Are these nipples? What am I looking at? It's like a nipple here, and then there was two below that.
We'll start our eggs.
This man's full of nipples.
Okay, let's
Actually,
see
tier
how
1
the
oatmeal.
bacon is doing in the oven. All right.
Looks
So
pretty
what
good.
we'll do now is when the eggs are done, that's when we know the bacon will be done. So
It doesn't take very long to cook eggs, though. I used to do that. I used to make myself omelets. If you can believe it, Tank. Eggs take a matter of seconds.
Put 'em in the toaster. Put the English muffins in the motherfucking toaster. Ding. Where's our toaster?
Thanks for the gift sub, Dark.
Where's our toaster? Where's our toaster?
I wasn't very
Can I
interested
get
in
it on the
Maneater.
camera? There it is.
Last of Us 2 comes out on Friday, though. Of course I'm gonna play Last of Us 2 when it comes out. Thanks for the resub, Moochie.
Come on, split.
That's a lot of crumbs on the floor, Tank.
Toaster. One slot.
Alright, let's see how it goes.
Get ready. I'll set that up, and we'll get ready to start shooting that. All right, the bacon is just about done. So
I can't wait to see it!
the temperature. We'll start getting
Thanks for the resub limo, or the extension limo.
the pan ready for eggs.
Yeah, we watched 60 days in.
Unfortunately, I don't have a cast iron pan, so I have to settle what I have. And when we make eggs, I like putting a little. I used to like putting butter, to tell you the truth, but I'm being good. A little bit of olive oil.
Butter's not that much worse, to be honest, man.
Spread it around the pan.
I'd say it's close to even with that much oil.
Around the pan.
Like, if you want butter, I mean, you might as well use butter, because that is a lot of oil.
Then we get our eggs ready.
Thanks for the resub, Og. Appreciate it, Hammy. Welcome, man.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
You're stressing me out, Tank.
Alright, that should be enough time to heat up the pan. So we take 2 eggy waggies.
Those are a lot. I bet he's gonna use the whole carton.
Start cooking them.
Thanks for the prime, Eddie. Indy.
break the eggs. Smash
Actual
the egg
good
against
technique. Much better than mine. I see a little shell, but that's not too bad.
And then we put the other eggy wiggy. And that eggy wiggy broke, so we'll have to get a third eggy wiggy. And that
Pretty
eggy
good.
wiggy broke, so we'll get our fourth eggy wiggy.
Why stop at 4? Let's go all the way up to 6. Those eggy weggies need friends.
There we go. And there's the eggs cooking up in the pan. Looking very nice. I like my eggs sunny side up, and that's what we'll be making. Sunny side up eggs. That's why I had to make a couple extra because the 2 fucking broke on me!
What?
Pisses me off when that happens.
What do you mean they broke on you? You still got all 4 eggs into the pan. In fact, one of the crucial components of making eggs is breaking it. What do you mean? I'm confused. What happened? What happened to those eggy weggies? Oh, the yolk broke. The yolk. He's talking about the yolk. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Got confused. Thanks to the Resub Wizard. I've always just made scrambled eggs. So it doesn't matter if the yolk is broken or not.
So let's step away from these eggs and start buttering the English muffins. We'll grab ourselves a paper towel. And we'll start buttering up the English muffins. See, there's our eggs. Don't they look good?
They look pretty good.
They could cook on their own for a few minutes as we butter the English muffins. Butter.
Ooh, that's a good point, espresso. I like to imagine this is how he does all of his cooking, even when he's not filming.
Buttering the English
Getting Doritos.
Buttering the English muffins. Buttering English muffins. Butter up all English muffins we will do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get ready.
This guy does musicals better than like half of the fucking musicals that exist. It's definitely better than Phantom of the Opera.
Get a nice slab of butter. Strike it across the English muffin.
Thanks for the gift sub, Limo. And the resub, John.
Another nice slab of butter. Strike it across the English muffin like that.
That's not a lot of butter. That's only like a quarter of the can, or a quarter of the container.
Our eggs should be done in a second. So
That's nothing.
The buttering effect of the English muffins. Continuing buttering up the English muffin.
I think we need more butter. Do we have any spray butter? We can mix it up. Freestyle.
Alright, here we go.
Thanks for the tier 1 peanut.
Nice and buttered. Let's pour out some iced tea too while we're at it. Alright, we'll put the English muffins off to the side. Let's go get those eggs. Holy Toledo, look at that finger to pop.
Whoa, look at that.
I've never seen that happen before.
He's making an homunculus. Whoa.
What the hell?
It's becoming alive. You have to kill it quick. Ah, the blister popped.
Alright, we take our eggs and we put it frying pan and all, like they used to do at the Shortstop Diner in Bloomfield, on the table.
That's the most baseball fan thing I've ever heard.
Out the oven.
Yeah, the reason the Mets haven't made it to the World Series is because they ain't making the butter cakes like they used to down there at the old ballpark.
Look at that, doesn't that look nice? Get some paper towels for them too.
Bacon looks great. What a beauty. I can't see the bacon. If you don't mind, can we get a different camera angle? That looks good. That's looking good.
Wrap the bacon in the paper towel like this. As it's very hot and very hot, very hot, very hot, 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 hot. As we take it to the table. Whoops, got turned around there.
There's a few stains on that Mets shirt, unfortunately.
So now we're ready to dig in with these eggs. Move my iced tea over here. Look at this bacon.
Yeah, baseball is the most fucking boring sport in the world. Yeah. I mean, if I was a baseball fan, I'd also would blame like my team's losses on dumb shit like, it just wasn't our year. You know? I peed one time and it hurt at the baseball stadium and I knew right then we just weren't going to make it to greatness. You just need something other than baseball. Like you go to a baseball game just to be bored and make shit up.
And then we take the English muffin now.
Thanks to the resub, Solana and Tail.
We dunk it in the yolk.
Mmm. Looks pretty good.
That's how you enjoy bacon and eggs.
I agree. That looks pretty fucking good. Tank cooks frozen pizza in Go Plus pizza oven. Man, this guy cannot stop making bangers. Fuck.
It's pizza time, but
What's
you know
up?
what? Not through the window today. No. I'm actually making, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno's. And I'm making a DiGiorno's.
If he makes Mama Celeste, though.
A DiGiorno's guy, by the way. This is some more of my treasures.
Oh, baseball
that I
cards.
picked up for really cheap. Everything here costs 50 cents. 50 cents.
Yeah, because no one's
50
buying
cents.
sports cards. Nobody wants sports
50
cards.
cents.
I can't even
50
believe they
cents,
still
50 cents.
exist.
50 cents.
It's like owning dust bunnies. You're literally collecting dirt.
No.
Dirt's more worthwhile.
Ryan Basher sent me a pizza oven that's plugged in. So I'm going to be trying out a DiGiorno pizza, trying this thing out. Here we go.
Did Daniel reply to my Discord? I didn't get a message. Hold on, let me check.
Here it is. It's called the Go Plus Pizza Oven. So let's see how this goes. It's sort of a hybrid Tank's product test. Thanks again, once again.
I think after we go down the tank rabbit hole, I'm going to get some Daniel Naroditsky coach time in.
Middle reliever who is up and down in the minors this year. One of the many, many Mets that have been terrible at times. Tyler Bachelor.
Who gives a fuck about baseball? Have you ever heard of Mama Celeste, Tank? Who in the chat has ever eaten Mama Celeste? We got any civilized people in here with frozen pizzas? It's like eating a sponge with sauce on it.
Pizza from Fletcher's Rats. Pizza
Overwhelmingly no.
16,
You fucking kidding me?
Minutes. All right, so
That's a shame.
let's see
Just me?
how this goes.
Thanks to the Prime Volk and the resub Flosion.
Heating this oven in the meantime.
I see a couple people that are
It says
lying and
cook
saying yes, that's fair.
For 16 to 18 minutes, so I'll set it at 20 minutes.
They don't even sell it
I
anymore.
always like it to be a little more well done.
Probably because the
So we'll
FDA
see how
finally
this
cracked down
goes,
on it.
how it progresses. It's a square pizza. Square pizza. Square pizza.
You got the most beautiful tunes.
Back on here. Before I put
They
the
still
oven,
sell it? I think they do at Walmart, but only Walmart. And only one kind.
Make it taste a little bit better, perhaps. Shing, 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 shing.
Can we add some egg yolk on it? Make a little breakfast
Got
pizza?
some oregano down here. I think this thing will be
Same, yeah, I used to eat it always as a kid, and then I forgot what it was.
Mini pizzas again.
And I bought it like 2 years ago.
Of course, I'll.
It literally is like eating wet toilet paper with sauce.
Worthy of the tank test. Get some oregano on the pizza.
Thanks to the tier 1 checkered and the prime orange.
And last and not least, nah.
I didn't get to read it. What was that? Salt?
So let's pull this thing out. It's smoking up something fierce.
I want to get some fucking frozen pizzas, man. I've had the itch for a while. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Tomorrow I'm gonna order a bunch of fucking frozen pizzas. Hopefully I can find Mama Celeste. I'm talking Totino's party pizzas. I've always hated DiGiorno, but I'll do DiGiorno anyway. From Red Baron. Why though? I don't know. This sounds good.
And I'll save the box for something just to show you how creative I am.
No, why are you saving the box, bro? Don't be a hoarder. You have to keep this bachelor pad looking nice.
Let's pause, and we'll check in every 5 minutes. So
Thanks to the reset pigeon.
About like 20 minutes, 18 minutes left. So I'll check in about 5 minutes, and I'll pause it and pause it and pause it so you can see how this thing comes out.
Sounds good to me, Frank. Or Tank. Sorry.
Okay, it's time for our 5-minute check-in.
There's the Prime Jimmy and the gift sub limo.
It's bubbling.
Yeah, I know it rebranded as Celeste.
Obviously
I know.
not done, but see, it's starting to cook. It's bubbling.
It's looking good.
Actually see it starting to cook. So let's shove it in and check in another 5 minutes. Okay, it's time.
He's aging like 10 years in between each pause. Is my fucking DiGiorno's done yet? Christ.
How's it looking?
It's been 3 baseball seasons. Ah.
Ooh, it is getting there. It's almost done. Look at that. It's actually starting to burn a little, too.
Thanks to Tier 1 Taco Bell.
Let's get ready to eat. We'll let the timer run out. Just continue to watch it as the timer gets ready to run out. I gotta go get a few accessories and I'll be right back.
I'm excited to see those accessories, Tank.
Tick, 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 tick.
It's not done yet. There's still some color to that pizza. It needs to be burnt to a fucking crisp. Otherwise, it's not even edible. Thanks to the resub, French fry. French Freddy.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost
Yeah, it'd be terrible espresso.
See?
Yes!
Oh, yeah, that's done.
Yeah, she is. Oh, she's looking good too, Tank. There's almost no flavor left.
Now, the pizza is done. Let's see. We bring back our box.
Appreciate that, Edgar. Thanks, man.
Box. We bring back the box.
Thanks to the resub, Seabass.
We flatten our box. We get
What is that?
Nice little can of Pepsi ready.
Man, he's got a new soda in every video. Thanks to the resub, BK.
We'll put this away.
I thought he was going to put the straw in the salt and just start drinking salt. We've got our nice DiGiorno pizza with this beautiful jar of mayonnaise.
Down here catches our crumbs, and there's a few crumbs. Oh, look at that. Oof. Something fell off and melted off. Look at this. This is our crumb catcher. Looks like something fell off. Very hot. Very hot. So let's get ready to get this pizza out. Got my Pepsi ready. Pepsi and pizza go perfect together.
Look at that beauty. Yeah, unfortunately he didn't cook it to ashes, so it's not quite done yet. But for the sake of the video, we can't wait that long. I understand he's rushing it.
Onto the box.
He wanted powdered pizza.
Put our thing back in here. And I like letting my pizza sit for a few minutes, so just sit.
It's fucking raw. Yeah.
Before we start cutting it.
He rushed it.
And this will be my plate. Yes! Yes. Yes! See, why waste a paper plate? if you got
Agreed.
a nice cardboard box to put it on. You mean you need a serving tray? I'm the only one eating it, so just eat it off the cardboard box. That's the way.
Hey, you don't have to explain
That's
yourself to me.
novel thinking.
Hey, I get it, bro. Hey, you won't get any arguments from me. I mean, shit, I think we should eat the box, too, to be honest.
Give us a timer for 2 minutes, because we're going to let it rest for 2 minutes. Be sure to tune in. Sometime tonight, maybe around 11:30, I'll be doing a live opening of these cards, these big-headed baseball cards.
There's no fucking way anyone has ever bought a baseball card
preview.
in the last decade.
Alexa, I said give me a timer for 2 minutes. Did you give me a timer for 2 minutes?
Starting now.
About damn time. What the hell?
That's pretty fucked up.
So these are these little big head cards. We'll be previewing this. It's our next pack opening.
Oh, I can't wait.
Got this whole box.
Is there a Babe Ruth in there?
50 cents. At the Garfield show yesterday, Garfield Card and Collectible show at the Garfield Boys and Girls Club in Garfield, New Jersey, named after the president after he got killed.
What the fuck?
So let's see what these look like.
What?
You think they still sell this shirt? It says,
Thanks to Tier 1 Duns.
1988 cards.
Is that a real thing, Taco Bell?
Goes all the way up to size 48.
Or are you just making a joke? Because it honestly sounds almost believable.
$125 shipping and handling, $11.20 total, plus 3 1988 special offer cards. Something tells me this offer has expired.
Yeah, so is baseball cards shouldn't exist anymore, man.
It's got like a little comic on the back.
I don't get it.
Mark has led the AL in strikeout 3 times.
Actually, Tier 1 Pedro. I used to fucking collect
He had
football
3 strikeouts
cards.
in 1980.
And then I collected Extreme Football League cards. Do you know how sad that is?
Here's your cartoon on the back.
Tank, do you know how sad that is that I did that?
Oh, we got Mike.
Could have just kept collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But I thought sports cards were the future. I watched Blast from the Past, where a single baseball card was like 10K.
Pitched a no-hitter for the against the Giants on 9/25/86. That clinched the division for the Astros.
Thanks to the Resub Maniac.
Devon White. Jeff Stone.
Thanks to the Tier 1 Spooter.
Pat Tabler. This is a guy who had an incredible career where he actually was like a better hitter when the bases were loaded. Here it is. Alexa, stop. Pat's career batting
Thanks to the
average
Give Sub
bases
Silent Noodle.
loaded was .527 at the point of this card being made.
Really? Who gives a
And then we
fuck? It's
have,
baseball.
Tony Gwynn. There's a good one. With this nice brown and orange Padre uniforms from the late 80s, of course. And Jack Howell topping us off.
The most expensive baseball card in the world is probably worth about the same as a normal card in Magic the Gathering at this point. You couldn't give baseball cards away.
Pizza. Cutting up the pizza. I got my little pizza saw. Cutting the pizza. Cutting the pizza. Cutting the pizza. It isn't cutting as good as it should. Cutting the pizza. Cutting the pizza. There it is.
There it is. Well, yeah, you had to go through like 10 layers of charcoal, no wonder. It's fucking tough.
Cutting the pizza. Cutting the pizza. Cutting the pizza.
Thanks for the gift sub Twickle in the Prime Gaming.
Cutting the pizza. Cutting the pizza. Pizza. Cutting it good. Alright. Of course, I like it well done, so I like it like that. Sadly, no flop with this. It's frozen pizza. It's not a real pizza.
Well,
and let's see how it came out.
I guess that's a good question. When you get real pizza, you have to be disappointed then if you like it well done. They typically serve it like medium rare.
Bottom is nicely cooked. Top is really, really burnt.
Yeah, I sniffed that much out.
On the bottom, that's what you notice.
It's like he's eating a piece of drywall.
I mean, it's DiGiorno's. So you're not gonna really get a great pizza.
What the fuck? It's not the DiGiorno's fault that you cooked it 40 times till it was unrecognizable.
Really convenient.
Looks like a fucking mangled car after an accident.
The oven rack grates on your oven. It held firm. It's smaller. It's compact.
Thanks to the resub hash
nice
brown.
Product.
Same
Still
Taco
have
Bell.
Delivery, of course, but and for the DiGiorno's, it's as mediocre can get. We'll give it a 5.7.
Wait, are we not doing doubles anymore? We're not using baseball terms? What is that, like a 200 RBI? What? Well, maybe a ground rule double, perhaps. What about a fly ball? I don't know what 5.7 means. If you're not putting it in baseball terms, I just don't know it. Then I'm lost. Is it good? Was it good? 5.7 good? Thank you. Finally, someone recommended something nice. This was a good rabbit hole. We can always check back in on Tank. Yeah, I saw that espresso. Thanks for the resub, Gilly. Go to his channel. He has a ton of videos. Is this not his channel? Oh, it is. That's good. He looks like he's doing well. Oh. Please watch Tony Zarette. Maybe. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Alright, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. Here's ordinary sausage.
That's where that. Got a nice pizza matzo here. It's very cracker-like. Give this a taste. It's very dry, and not a whole lot of flavor. Do people just eat this? You know, let's try the matzo ball soup. You know what? This would actually, with a little bit more salt, I think it would be perfect. Okay. Remember the Vienna sausage episode? Oh my God! It's Mr. Potato Sausage. Oppa! Let's give this Manischewitz a shot here. Okay, I think our food tour is over, and you know, I think it's time we make some Passover sausages here. The matzah is putting up quite a fight. Okay, we didn't do too shabby. Let's get it a stir and try to get some of that moisture out of there. Oh, I just realized that we didn't put the horseradish through the grinder, but you know, it's fresh ground, so give me a pass on this one. This is warm. It sticks to your fingers pretty good. This is extra sticky. It kind of looks like the matzo ball mixture. Maybe this is what it's made out of. Okay, we got 8 sausages out of that, and I don't have high hopes for these sausages making it out of the pan alive. So we're going to try our tried and true method here of keeping those sausages linked together, and then using the ones that survive for our tasting. Let's hope for the best here. You never know unless you try. Oh, that's just way too many. I don't think they're all going to fit in the pan. This is probably not the way you should
Don't
go
worry,
about
team.
it.
I'm back. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to switch to chess for now because I got to get some practice in. We got a big tournament game tomorrow, so I'm hopping in with Daniel for a little bit.
No.
Hey, man.
Hey, how's your evening going? Night, morning, I don't know.
I hurt my ankle, Daniel, so it hurts. But other than that, it's been going great. How are you? Thanks to Prime Max and the
I'm
reset
sorry to hear
library.
that.
Thanks to the Fat 30
Did you hurt it blundering a queen or blundering a rook?
Blundering jogging.
Blundering jogging. The jogging blunder, yes, of course. Yeah, I've committed a basketball blunder before, so
no.
I can relate a little bit.
What happened?
Well, that was my only injury was I once fractured my ankle just shooting around with my brother.
That's not good.
So if that brings you any consolation to hear of my pain, which I know it does. But yeah, well, best thoughts and prayers to your ankle. Nothing like me shitting on your chest plate to help speed up the recovery.
That should be instrumental in the healing process of the ankle, I'd say.
Sounds great.
Thanks for the Prime Snack.
In that case, you've chosen just the right guy. So, again, totally your call as to how we structure this. I was thinking that we could continue our work on converting advantages and winning positions with maybe another queen odds game.
Yep.
And definitely, today you can jump into the pool a little bit as well, and we can sort of keep going with our exercises and our discussion of sort of tactical recognition and particular types of tactics that you struggle with in the past, so we can kind of meld everything together. But maybe we can start with a warm-up game just in the regular pool and then proceed to a couple of odds games. How does that sound?
Sounds good to me, man. Yep, I'll hop in. All right, I'm in hot. This will be the first game of the day. I actually haven't played any chess today, if you can believe that.
Holy, that is unacceptable. Well, it's already tomorrow, so you've been an entire day without playing chess.
I know, man, yeah. Thanks for letting me sleep well, and thanks for the Prime Snack.
95. In case anybody doubted that he's 95, Charlie, he's put it twice, just in your face.
But what? What are you talking about?
His account name.
Oh, I see. I thought it was like certain chess jargon I didn't understand.
Well, it's my birth date also, so it's the best year in history.
Ooh, 95? Yeah, that is
Does
a
it
good
happen
year.
to be your birth? Wait, is that public information? I don't want to...
No, mine's 94. It is public, yeah.
Unacceptable, I see. The world took a turn for the worse in 1994.
Yeah, well,
so
some would argue.
I like what you're doing. You're opening up that F file, applying what we talked about, not developing the bishop to G5.
Yep. Well, I mean, I couldn't. He also played the pawn, but also that's what I wanted to do anyway.
Shut the fuck up. You're supposed to accept my compliments. Charlie.
Well, only when it's deserved.
So, this is a situation where you've opened up that F file, but now you have a particular maneuver that you're familiar with, that you've applied it before, and it brings one of your pieces to a better square. Do you have anything in mind?
Well, the first thing I was going to do is try and take in the middle here, so I was going to push my D pawn so I can try and get in there and maybe attack his knight.
Hey, that's possible. I would personally not do that, but that's not a bad move. That's one approach to this position.
Okay, so then what is the better one then?
I would improve the
Limo.
position of my queen. Now, can you point out, or the position of my knight on F3? Either piece can be improved. Do you see one such maneuver?
For the knight, I can start bringing him to the king side for an attack, so I'd look to plant him on H4.
Bingo, that's right. That's exactly right. Knights on the rim are grim, except when they're heading for paradise.
Right, that makes sense.
This knight is. By the way, immediate application, you see that G6 square is actually accessible to the knight. I'm not saying it's a good move, but that F-pawn is pinned. That's another theme that we've been sort of practicing. You see that the knight can, if necessary, move to G6, and it cannot be captured.
Right, yeah.
Just pointing it out. He's not in trouble, but his king is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Okay, so wow, I'm very impressed that he found this. Very impressed that he found this move. Now, what's his idea? If you take his knight, what happens?
I lose my knight.
Right, but let's assume that you take his knight with your knight, and then he takes your knight with his queen. What can you tell me about that queen of his?
It's exposed. It's out in the open. And he hasn't finished development.
Exposed. Exactly. So by taking with a knight, you're essentially sacrificing a pawn, and you're making an investment in your position. You're bringing your knight into the center, and you're drawing his queen out where then you can attack it and accelerate the speed of your attack.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Again, I'm impressed that he found this move. But apparently players from, where is he from? That's Taiwan. Now, how could you chase that queen away?
The simplest would be pushing my g3 pawn here.
Yes, it would. That's good. Now, once his queen leaves h4, that's the critical point of the game where I'd like you to find the move.
Okay.
So his queen's probably going to drop back down. Okay, drops it back down to d8. He's playing this actually very, very well. What is he threatening?
With the queen in particular or in general?
He's threatening to win a piece of yours. He's threatening a fork. Threatening a fork. And that's something we're going to work on with some exercises today, specifically these non-knight forks. Because when you hear fork, I still think you associate it with the knight.
Oh, he's going to push the pawn up.
Bingo, d5. So you can actually make a 5-head move here. And let me guide you through it, and then you'll be able to say the actual move. Imagine he plays d5 and you take that pawn with your bishop. Okay, what does he do then?
If I take his pawn with my bishop?
Yeah, so what does he take the bishop with? After that, let's say you blunder that fork and you take that pawn on d5 with your bishop. What happens then?
I'm not sure. He just takes back, right? Like
with the queen.
Yeah.
But then that queen in the center becomes exposed to a potential discovered check. So I'm going to let you set up that discovered check with a particularly clever move. Now, I know that's a little bit vague, but once you find this move, the intention becomes clear. Imagine his queen sitting on d5. You can put a piece on such a square such that with that queen on d5, you can win a queen with a discovered check. I know that's sort of a lot of steps there.
Yeah, okay. So, well, this is assuming he's even playing that fork. He might not even. He might not see that. I
think he would. Now, do you have a move in mind? And this move also incidentally brings one of your pieces into the attack. So it accomplishes two things with one move.
Well, what I saw was pushing queen to g4 and just look to threaten there.
You were very close. It's one square behind g4, so it's f3.
f3. Okay, to attack the f7 pawn.
Bingo. Now, if he plays d5, do you see what I meant by that discovered check? It's something similar to what you had against Erob, except you did it with the bishop. After d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. Notice the relationship between the two queens, and they're not dating. They had a bitter breakup, and white's queen is going to let black's queen know about it. How?
I'm going to have to put him in check and win the queen with my queen. Bingo. With the knight.
That's exactly what I meant. So you see how you set that up?
Yeah.
And that's called being tricky. That is what GMs do all the time. That's what makes good blitz players good. When you have a limited amount of time, it's so easy to miss one of these things because you just assume that your opponent blundered.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. That's really clever. This is all hinging on him playing that fork in the first place. But yeah, that's really nice.
Okay, he doesn't. Wow, so he's much, much better than his training. But now that he's no longer threatening d5, you can actually put your queen on its ideal square where it's accomplishing the most. What square am I talking about?
Are we looking over there at h5?
Yes, we are. Very nice. And then, what's the focal point of his position? What point are you going to attack and put more pressure on? What comes to mind? Okay, now he plays d5, trying to recapture old glory.
He doesn't really get anything out of that. I just take with bishop, right? He can't take back with the queen.
Yeah,
now.
That's a blunder. That's a blunder. I think he forgot that. I don't know what. Maybe he wants to get his bishop out faster, but he's paid a pretty steep price for it. He's given up his extra pawn, and it's not like your attack evaporates just because he traded the bishop.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's something beautiful. If he plays bishop e6, and then you capture that bishop, and he captures with the queen, you have an absolutely stunning move in that position. So I would go ahead and take the bishop.
Okay, I want to see where this goes. That's interesting.
Now,
so
he's probably going to take with the queen. If he takes with a pawn, which he should take with the pawn, but I don't think he's going to see this. Even the great 95, 95, 95. You have a rook sacrifice after he takes with the queen. That's all I'm going to say. I think you are capable, given your skill set, to find this rook sacrifice, and he does. Silence falls across the land.
I'm just seeing how the sacrificing the rook wins me anything here. I'm a little confused.
What sacrifices are you considering?
Well, the f7 pawn is the obvious one. And then the only way I'd see to come...
That doesn't achieve anything.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything, so I don't think that's it. The other sacrifice I saw was bringing him up to f6 instead. To make him...
Let's flesh that out. He takes with the pawn. What happens to his pawn structure then?
It opens his king up.
It opens his king up, and which square does it open up in particular? Which pawn does it leave undefended?
It leaves the h6 pawn undefended.
And what do you achieve then by capturing the pawn on h6 with the queen? What further threat do you create using that knight you've centralized?
Okay, I see. So yeah, when he takes... Okay, that's really clever. Nice.
You see the point. You take on f6 with a knight, and it's either checkmate, or to stave off checkmate, he must give up his queen for that knight, leaving you with a queen against a rook and a piece, which is close to material equality. Also 2 pawns, but also it leaves you with a devastating attack against that weakened king.
That is beautiful.
And that is a pattern that I've seen before. It's not entirely uncommon. He's definitely going to smell a rat. I think he might move his queen away. That's going to make your job a little bit harder. If he moves his queen away, you can just leave that rook on f6 and continue bringing pieces into the attack. Bringing pieces into the
This
attack.
guy is not... He's in the stream. There's no fucking way that he's 900.
There's no fucking way. The speed with which he declined that sacrifice too. Now bring pieces into the game. There's one piece that's unemployed. It's sitting on its ass.
So I'm bringing rook over f1 to stack that.
Yeah, bingo. Look at how you're attacking well now, and you're finding these moves fast. Now, the problem here is his pawn shell is very, very solid. You need a way to somehow break up that pawn shell, and you have one category of army forces that you haven't employed yet. What am I talking about? Which maneuver?
You're talking about pushing these pawns up over here as the battering
ram?
And
which pawn in particular? Use his hook. He's created a hook on the king side. Where is the hook, and how do you swing on that hook?
h3 is the hook, and
yeah, he takes. Now, what do you capture here?
It doesn't... Do I still take with the knight on this, or do I now want to take with the rook?
You proceed. You want to take on h6 with the queen, because you don't want his king to have the g7 square.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
So you want to have the cart before the horse, whatever. Taking with a pawn with a knight would have the horse before the cart. I don't know how that expression goes. I never know. So first you want to basically close his king off, and then you take on f6 with a knight so that he has to give up.
That makes sense. That's another thing I struggle with, is finding the right order after finding
that's a very common problem. You're not alone there. Actually, taking with a knight would have still won the game, but you would have then had to uncover like a very advanced maneuver that I'll show you after the game. There's a lot of meat here too.
Okay.
A lot of ground beef to process here. Your next move, basically on pre-move, is going to be what?
Going right there to f6.
With the knight. And does that move make sense? It makes sense how that forces him to give up his queen.
Yep.
And that's going to be the least of his problems, actually, because his king is going to be in grave danger at that point. So, he is fucked, as they say.
Do you see a way for him to save the queen? Because I'm looking at it now. I don't think there's really anything he can do, right? In this position?
I don't think he has anything that he can do here. I mean,
the
great 95-95 clearly exceeds me in tactical vision, but I honestly don't see it.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you should, even if you did see it, you should have lied, because this dude is definitely fucking stream sniping.
Yeah, I should have like deliberately said that. I've done that before, actually.
Played with the stream sniper, giving him a shit move.
Oh yeah, I've totally done that. I mean, when I have an inkling of doubt, it's just not worth risking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like the ultimate 5-head psychological. And they say chess is really a game of psychology. Bobby Fischer, the great world champion, said, "I don't believe in psychology. I believe in good moves." Well, I dare say, and this is heresy to say this, but I dare say Bobby Fischer was full of shit in this specific regard. Holy shit. Oh my God. Charlie, they're at my door. Save me.
Ooh,
Save me.
that's
oh my God.
That's a little much, Daniel. Jesus, calm down.
Oh my God. What did I just say? I'm going to get banned from Twitch.
Yeah, that's a little much.
Oh
Those
God.
new terms are going to get you.
Chess, Twitch are going to disown me. Oh my God. I just dissed Bobby Fischer. Uh-oh. Unfollowed unsubs. What did I do?
Yeah.
I just got gifted 100 unsubs.
So this doesn't do anything. It's still just pushing the knight.
Nope.
I don't really know what this was.
Yeah, that's just water under the bridge. Pre-move, queen takes f6. That's forced. I'm just going to turn my air conditioning on. Be back in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Hear the knocking at my door. It's the Renegade Vigilante Bobby Fischer squad.
Uh-oh. You don't fuck with those guys.
They gained access to my apartment building. It's not good. My days are numbered. Okay, so because your time is limited, what is your next move going to be? How are you going to finish this king off?
Well, I was going to bring the rook in, take on f5 with the rook.
Bingo, and then lift it over to what square?
Then I was going to bring it over to g5, and then I bring
and
queen.
Checkmate.
Yep, and then checkmate at h6.
Exactly. Or you could bring the rook over to h5 and then swing it down to h8 with checkmate. That's another alternative. I know you like the ladder mate, but in these situations, there's so many mates.
Yeah.
It hasn't stopped you. It's just probably going to go rook to e6 here is what I'm expecting. e7, okay. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're all
Finish
good.
him off.
So what is the point of that? That didn't do anything.
I have no clue. I mean, there's nothing you could do. And do you see the checkmate on the next move?
Yeah, it's just going right there to h6.
Whoa. Watch out. If he goes king h7, you want to go to h6.
No. Well, I was expecting him to just go right back to the back. So now I need to
That's
change.
illegal. Your queen's guarding that square.
Oh, you're right. Whoops. See, again, I tunnel vision just going down vertically here on the files. So now I need to drop back to f5.
There's mate in one, Charlie.
There's still... Oh.
There we go. I just needed to say your name, and then you found it.
Right. Well, to be fair, Daniel, my plan could have still worked. Even if he did push up after that check, then I just bring her back over and it's still mate.
Yes. But if you wanted the ladder mate, I would have gone rook h5. Let me invite you to an analysis board. This is a very, very... just quickly, there's a couple of points I wanted to make here.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. Say your prayers. I hope you get the invite.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I need to exit there. Okay. I'm good now.
Okay, let's try again. There we go.
Yep, that didn't work.
It did not?
Toss me. Was it a challenge or an invite?
It was an invite. Let me refresh my own screen and try again.
Yeah, you're going to toss me
on
back.
It's been particularly glitchy. Try it again. There we go. Perfect. So, yeah, h6, bishop e3. Now, do you see how effective it was that we opened the f-file?
Yeah, I think that's going to... There's really no reason to pin the knight, even if he didn't push that pawn. I think that's probably what I'll start doing from now on, is those bishop right there. I like freeing that up.
Mm-hmm. It's a great idea. It's a great line. And a lot of people don't know how to react to it. Now, here's the thing. You wanted to play d4, right?
Initially,
the problem with this move is he would have just played d6, holding the tension. And the great thing about the central structure you've created here is that it's very, very solid. The pawns defend each other, and this pawn is sort of behind the convoy of limousines. You know, it's like the president.
Mm-hmm.
These pawns are defending each other. This one's defended by the knight. By playing d4, you're introducing a pawn weakness in your position. Which pawn are you significantly weakening?
We just now weaken the e4 pawn. We don't have a pawn to protect it.
So you're saddling yourself with this central tension that you don't want in the first place, because you want your hands untied to attack on the king side. And by playing d4, you are complicating the situation. It seems like you're occupying more of the center. But remember what I told you about the hyper-modernists yesterday. They realize that not in every position do you basically want to. More center does not always equal good. Sometimes you control enough of it for your own purposes, and then you basically keep going with whatever you want to do. Does that kind of make sense?
Makes sense.
Now, he took on e4, and so this was, again, I was impressed he found this tactic as quickly as he did. If you wanted to prepare knight h4 and not allow him to take on e4, what could you have played? And this move, by the way, that I have in mind is also a multi-purpose move. Not only does it prepare knight h4, it also prepares to bring another piece into the attack. I know I'm asking a lot of you. I'm demanding. I'm such a demanding coach.
Oh, you're all good, man.
And the other thing.
Is it just dropping the queen over there to e1 to protect on that?
Exactly. And what's the secondary idea of that move?
Well, now we have the queen more in an attacking position on king's side. We also, yeah.
Exactly.
We
We
get
go
that.
out to g3 and x-ray the king, and then we got to play knight h4. Exactly. So, essentially here, queen f3, that is sort of the idea. d5, you take, and you go knight f6 check. Now, how do you find a move like this? Well, part of it really is asking yourself, how can I creatively stop his threat? First of all, very, very important to ask yourself the threat here. This does not look like a threatening move because it's a move backwards. So in your brain, you might be like, well, obviously, this does not create a threat. But whenever you have two pieces, one square away from each other on the same file, that is like asking for a pawn fork.
Yeah.
So you can put that in your mind as kind of a mental shortcut to detect these kinds of forks. And this is actually quite a common trap. So I literally asked myself, I didn't find this move immediately. I asked myself the question, well, how can I creatively stop the move d5? My follow-up question was, well, what are the drawbacks of the move d5? And the only drawback I saw was that after bishop takes, the queen comes out onto an exposed, undefended, being the keyword, position in the center. And that is when I noticed the move queen f3. Could you give me an alternative way of taking the sting out of the move d5, or perhaps stopping its effectiveness altogether? If you didn't see queen f3, what would you do?
I mean, you could outright cut it off by just putting the bishop there on d5.
Mm-hmm. By the way, 95 just messaged me. I was the player playing with Charlie, so kind of confirmed.
That's cute.
Yes, I did, but you will be refunded, my friend. What did you say before that?
The first idea I had was just immediately stopping that from even happening. Occupy the d5 with the bishop just right away. Then he can't even push it.
That's right. Excellent thought. And if I go knight e7, then you can bring it out to b3. And you can argue that this knight is somewhat awkwardly placed now.
Yeah, it's blocking.
You can also, by the way, go knight c3. Now, that's not ideal because it draws the knight away from its central post. But just to give you the whole arsenal of ideas here. And this move, rook f6. Again, you might be like, how the hell do you come up with a move like this? Rook f6, sacrificing the rook out of the frickin' blue. I'm going to do justice by our friend Robert Fisher, okay? I'm going to appease the frickin' marauding gangs at my doorstep. Thank you, Peanuts, for the sub. And I'm going to show you a very famous game very quickly.
Okay, sounds good.
The game was played between Bobby Fischer. I'm assuming you know of his significance, right?
Nope, I only know of it through like the prestige. Like his name sends chills down the spine of chess players.
It does. Just it's like Voldemort. You can't say it without the proper sort of respect.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And this game was played between Bobby Fischer and a Hungarian-American grandmaster named Pavel Benko, who was recently passed away, one of the strongest players in the U.S. in the 60s and 70s. And Fischer basically had a way of making people look like total fools. Total fools. Even the strongest players of his time. This was played in the U.S. Championship in New York, 1963. I'm pasting it in right now. Again, let's cross our nuts that this actually works. Tell me if you see the board appear as the starting position.
Yeah, just let me know when you hit it there. Yeah.
I just did.
Yep, nope, that didn't work.
Oh, God. Shit.
Crossing the nuts, unfortunately, didn't help us.
Crossing the nuts didn't work, did it? Now let me close out of that board.
Okay.
I think it might be the same glitch we had yesterday. I will re-invite you to.
Thanks for the bits, Limo.
I think it just doesn't want to. Okay, I see what the problem is. I think when I paste in entire games, it doesn't want to show. When I paste in positions, it does work. So let me try this other thing. Inviting you again right now.
Okay.
Just sent.
Got it.
Perfect. Now, do you see this position? I'm looking at your stream.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect. This position arose after 19 moves of the game. Now, let's start with a general evaluation. Who is attacking and why? It is Fischer playing with the white pieces. It is his move. Who is attacking and why? And what's going on here? Paint me general picture, as many observations as you can. That's just good practice in general.
Okay. First thing I noticed, hanging knight, no pawns to protect it. The pawn d4 also, no pawns protecting it immediately. You can still push one to protect it. White, hanging queen, no pawns protecting. Bishop can attack on h7 if he pushes his pawn up to attack the knight. Rook also looking at f7 pawn as well with queen there. There's three defenders on there, so that's probably not what he's looking at, would be my guess.
And remind me again of the threats that black has in this position. Very, very important, because that's what you need the most focus on.
Yep, so black's threats are that bishop eventually getting in there on d4, pawn taking the knight to free that up.
That's huge, but forget about the bishop coming to d4. The pawn is attacking the knight. That's what you should be worried about, right? You can't just give away the knight without good reason.
Right.
But white's the one attacking, of course. And by the way, flip the board. Oh, yeah, you did. Okay, you're facing white. That's great.
Thanks,
now,
gosh.
How can you propose any obvious attacking ideas for white? White is a move here that Benko expected that seems to basically extend a huge threat against this pawn on h7. Could you name me that move, please?
The obvious move that comes to mind is just pushing that e4 pawn, which frees up the bishop to attack on h7.
Bingo. And you also attack that knight on d6.
Right.
And here, Mr. Benko prepared an absolutely devilish defensive move. And it's you'll see the obvious way to defend against checkmate with the move h6. It's not h6. I want you to try to find it. This is a brilliant idea. And you're not familiar with this defensive concept, so I just want you to kind of beat your head against the wall here a little bit. But maybe you'll find it. And I just need to bring my iPad charger, so give me 10 seconds again, sorry.
No, all good, all good. I think it's just pushing that bishop to h6. Right? No, that wouldn't be it. That wouldn't accomplish the goal. Would it? Bringing bishop to h6 cuts off the queen's attack on that pawn, but he just takes with the queen anyway. And it doesn't give him a whole lot of time. Pushing that bishop doesn't free anything. So I don't think that's it. I don't know why he wouldn't push the h7 pawn. That immediately shuts the entire thing down.
Sorry about that. Ready?
Yeah. What I saw is bishop h6, but that doesn't really stop the attack. You just take with the queen, and the attack continues as normal.
Run through that. Yep. Do you want me to tell you the move?
Give me just one more second.
Absolutely. I like that spirit.
Yeah. So the other thing I was looking at was bringing the queen into this defense here, but I don't really see a safe way of doing that. The only thing that sticks out to me there is by pushing that pawn on f7 to free up the queen on the queen, to either bait a queen trade or attack the queen.
Very nice.
That's it?
Very nice. That's it, f5. Now, the great thing about this move, and maybe this is something people don't appreciate, you have seen this theme before. You remember when the knight takes a pawn, and then it takes a piece that same knight that's performed one duty returns?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? It's the exact same thing here. It looks like you can take the queen and then take the knight, but that knight on d6 now escapes and takes the queen. It's an end game. The sting has been taken out of the attack, and black is doing fine. This move f5, maybe I overhyped it a little bit. I just think it's a really, really cool idea because you simultaneously block the diagonal and you threaten the queen trade.
Is there a reason why you'd want to play this instead of just pushing h6 up? Is this only for the fact of stopping the attack like outright and winning exchanging?
And to answer you, it's not because Pal Benko wanted to impress a girl with this move. I think he was already married at the time this game was played.
Fair.
If h6, well, that would not preclude. Not saying that would preclude it. Okay, never mind. Forget it. I never said anything. Excuse me. Strike that off the record. The problem here is that Fischer would simply approach the king from another angle. He would play queen f5, and here, save from one meaningless check, Benko would have no way of stopping checkmate, save for giving the queen up for the bishop.
Okay, that makes sense.
That would cure one of the symptoms, but not the disease.
Okay.
And in this position, Mr. Fischer found a move that basically shocked the chess world at the time. I will not introduce it in any other way other than to remind you of why I'm showing you this game in the first place. That will help you find the move. But the key thing, maybe you have an inkling about what this move is to find the underlying idea, the rationale behind this move as well. White to play and win the game.
Is it a combination, or am I looking for a single move?
It's a move, and once this move is played on the board, basically you understand immediately what's going on. Like, what was the key move in the last game you played? What was the critical move that won you the game?
The rook sacrifice.
Okay, well, that's all I'm going to say. The rook sacrifice.
Oh, okay.
There's no reason I would show you this game, right? I mean...
Huh, okay. So he sends the rook up there to f6 to bait the bishop?
Bait the bishop, but what does that mean? Why is it important for the bishop to come out on f6? What is the actual reason you sack the rook?
Well, you have the g file open, but I think above that...
Big shit. There's one specific reason.
You can fork it?
What you now do without black having a defense, you've gotten rid of a specific defensive idea by sending the...
Yeah, because now it's blocking that push-up, so now you fork with the pawn.
And not only that, black can't even go h6. Not even this move helps.
Right.
And Benko simply resigned after rook f6.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's not exactly the same thing, but it's the same exact move. So that is the game that I thought of when finding the move rook f6 in your game. You can kind of see the similarity. You're attacking, you sack the rook, and here it's like you roll a boulder. It's like someone's trying to break through the door, and you roll a freaking humongous rock onto it so people can't push through the door. And it's just enough time to play e5.
That's beautiful, yeah. Then there's literally nothing he can do to stop that. That's checkmate once that's played.
I mean, even if he doesn't take the rook, he can take the knight. Same thing, e5. And after h6, now this is the great thing about chess, the multi-purposeness, I guess, of it. What does white do? How does white now crash through the gates in a forced manner? Now there's another beautiful idea.
Yeah, he's just taking...
The first is relatively obvious.
Yeah, so I think the obvious move here he's doing is he's just taking that pawn on h6 with the rook.
Bingo. If bishop takes, this is mate. But if the king moves to g8, that's a bit of a devilish defensive resource. Checkmate in 2 moves here, and another beautiful sacrifice to push it off.
Bringing bishop to h7 check. Pushes king to h8. Okay, so is it pushing bishop h7 check? He goes h8, and then you just move bishop. That should be mate, right? No, he just takes back. Fuck.
In your freaking wet dreams, it should be mate. Yeah, I'm just taking the bishop. You want to give me any more donations on that g8 square? Now, to find this, you have to ask yourself this question. The rook is now dead weight. If the rook wasn't there, what would you do?
If the rook wasn't there, I'd just immediately checkmate on h7. So you just send the rook.
Bingo. Where?
You just send him to h8.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Clear in the air and queen h7 checkmate. So 2 different rook sacrifices. You offer it twice. The second time black has taken this checkmate. This makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Sorry for the long-winded explanation. I just think this is an important point. This is what creativity in chess is. And what people don't understand about creativity, in my opinion, not to get on the whole freaking pulpit here, but they think it's some way of pulling rabbits out of the hat. Not really. It's really what it is creative ways of achieving very obvious logical things. Now, like, it's obvious what you're trying to do in that game, right? It's obvious you're trying to checkmate the king. The objective is clear. It's the method of achieving obvious things where creativity lies. It's not just like randomly making fancy moves to make fancy moves.
Makes sense.
But you're at the stage of chess, my friend, where you've got to start looking for ways to sacrifice pieces when you're attacking in order to clear the air, open up your opponent's pawns. That's got to be sort of part of the process.
Yeah, I think seeing games like this is a big help for that. Like that rook sack in the pool game. Like the second that you told me a sacrifice and I realized the f7 wasn't working, seeing the pawn one is a big one. But it's the matter of recognizing that in the game without getting a tap on the shoulder, because I probably wouldn't have seen it.
Well, puzzles are important there, but yeah, it's the way you do that without getting a tap on the shoulder is what I told you yesterday. We've talked about now many times. Tactical recognition, constantly forcing yourself to vomit out as many observations about what's going on as possible.
Thanks to the resub, Das.
Asking the right questions. And that's partly why I pushed you to ask, what does my opponent want? What is the drawback of his move? Because that sets your mind thinking. That is kind of like tapping yourself on the shoulder and saying, you know what, there may be a tactic here.
Right. Makes sense.
Someone saying, I don't think 900 really have to sack me. I don't really know what I'm talking about. That's right. I've never been 900 myself. Just kidding. I was 900 myself.
This man was born 1600. Came out of this war. I came out of the womb. Yeah.
So, I also forgot. You're playing Slicker tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, I think that's at 4.
Okay, so we'll do some preparation there as well. Thanks for the sub guys, Towers.
Oh, right.
So
Sorry, I have to fix
my
this.
proposal first, let's start with an odds game. I want to hammer down your technique, especially because Slicker is going to blunder something against you in the opening. And I want you to be comfortable winning positions and applying some of the stuff that we talked about. How does that sound?
It works for me.
Let me challenge you to a 10-minute game. We'll do a 10 plus 5 just to model the time control. And we'll do the same thing we did yesterday where I basically blunder a queen deliberately.
Okay.
Just challenged you.
All right, I'm in.
Now, let's go knight f6 as you did yesterday. Whoops. Oh, my God. Shit.
God, Daniel.
Oh, my God.
Ugh.
I'm so stupid. Now e5.
Yep.
And you're on your own, my friend.
Okay, so now we're back to just normal development here.
And I'm doing the same thing I did yesterday, so just a little bit of an attention check.
Okay. Sounds
Not
good.
to put you on the spot or anything. I would never do that, Charlie.
No, I know. You're not the kind of guy to do some crazy shit like that.
Never. Very good. I like the speed with which you did that, not being afraid of me taking on f7. We've discussed that before.
Yep.
It's almost never dangerous because you get those 2 pieces for a rook, and in the middle game, 2 pieces basically cost more.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm going to try to muddy the waters here as much as I can.
Sounds good to me. That's what I like to hear. Maybe I should have gone here first. Are you still alive over there, Daniel, or did I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I am still alive. I was having a conversation with people more important than you, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
You just don't flatter yourself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But bishop e6 is a good move. Now, I don't think you realize that it's a good move. Did you see that I could take your bishop with my bishop and then capture with my knight?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Now, the reason I didn't do that is because you would have had a very, very strong response in that position. What worries me is you didn't actually see the fact that I could have forked you.
No, I did not see the fork. Initially I thought you'd take with the knight first and then just go into the bishop to take pawn back or something like that.
That's what I'm going to do. So we'll talk about that after the game. Keep going for now. Don't let that get in your head or anything. I would, again, never do something like that.
Well, yeah, that'd be ridiculous if you were to do something as crazy as that.
All right, so now I'm going to castle.
Wish I had done that before, though.
Okay, attacking my bishop, good move. Even GMs have to move their pieces when they're attacked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're no exception. You're good, but you're not good enough to stop me.
You're on very thin ice, my friends. Any more of those fighting words, and I might just have to hang up this call.
Oh, is that a fact? Is that really a fact?
Yes, it is.
Interesting.
Now,
big talk.
I can remember again and again, observation. What's hanging? What can I take? What are the threats? That constantly has to circle around in your mind.
Yeah, it's big. It's big talk from a guy with this hanging pawn.
And down a queen too. And it's Slicker, that's the thing. Especially in the context of time management, if he blunders something, he's blundered something. Okay, once you check that he doesn't have anything, he has no checkmate, don't spend those additional 3 minutes hesitating because, you're going to encounter a lot of people blundering a lot of shit against you.
Right.
And every single time you think, oh, they have something up their sleeve, you're going to drive yourself crazy. Even I don't do that. Like, even against GMs, blunders happen all the time. And after double, triple checking it, you just have to go ahead and go for it.
Okay. So
does that kind of make sense in general?
Yeah, I think so. So, and this is something we've talked about before as well. So in this situation, I just want to make that.
Yes, definitely make the trade. And if you can trade the second pair of rooks, which is not as easy to do here,
right.
Maybe you can also ask myself what I want. How do I want to position my pieces in the most active manner? Can you deprive me of active squares for my pieces. Remember that way of thinking? We talked about that yesterday. You can apply that here with a very, very savvy move that basically takes the sting out of the only aggressive move that I can play in this position, essentially.
So what I saw, well, what I was looking at was bringing the H knight off the rim, bringing him over to f4, looking for an exchange, or looking for a trade on the bishop for knight.
Very good.
Okay.
And you give up a pawn there, you notice that, right? But it's a worthy price to pay.
Yeah, it takes another minor piece off the board when I'm already playing with the lead.
I can't help but I have to do this, otherwise you would have taken my other bishop.
That's right. Okay, so then... Okay.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So then, in this position, I need to start activating my other pieces. So now that that bishop's off, that opens up this, which pins your...
Bingo! I'm very happy you found that move, actually.
Okay, cool. So...
I'm very happy you found that move. Now follow it up well, too. Use that pin. Squeeze the fucking juice out of that pin.
Okay, so in this position... I want to look for something a little more aggressive, but I don't know how, so I think I just need to drop back and attack with the knight. But I don't think that's right either. So when you talk about squeezing juice out of the pin, the first thing I looked at was dropping knight down to e6 to attack the knight, and then take the pawn when you take... Okay, and then the other possibility was bringing the rook out since he's not activated to f8.
So knight e6 blunders the knight.
What
you
type?
notice that, right? The bishop.
The bishop. Shit, yeah, no.
Yeah, tunnel bishop, rook f8 is the correct move. Especially because even if you don't win that rook on f4, you see how much of a game changer trading rooks is. I'm not left with any pieces, and then the win is elementary.
Right.
Now I'm going to make a little bit of a tricky move. I have no threats, Charlie. I think you should just improve your position slowly here.
I like that. That's cute.
No idea. It's like you're doing that trick where you're catching the bullet between your teeth. You've got to be very careful with pins because of how quickly they can backfire once your opponent escapes the pin. Okay, that's a piece of advice that's very, very important. If you're pinning somebody, keep tabs on that pin because imperceptibly, by a slight shift of the king, that pin may be ended, and then what used to not be a threat is now a threat.
Yeah, so moving that king unpins the rook, which means rook comes down, takes my rook, and I get back rank. So this is when I just take.
Yeah, exactly. You want to just take and end the game as quickly as possible. Now you're completely on your own. I want you to finish me off seamlessly here.
Okay. I think I can. I feel kind of confident that I can do that.
And I do as well.
How do I make this work? I have an idea in my head, but I don't know how to make it work. So I think I just bring back... And then I think I need to drop queen up.
You had checkmate in 2 moves, FYI, in that position.
Yeah.
It's like, once you already have the king cornered, just freaking finish the job. There we go.
Okay.
That's a good start.
All right. Okay, I think I see where the checkmate is. I don't know for sure, but I feel like I'm on it.
You are.
So then
Checkmate in 2, don't move until you see it. I don't care if you take the rest of your 6 minutes. You are going to checkmate me in 2 moves, or I am going to freaking kill you.
I push here, he comes here most likely.
Never do such a thing either.
No, you don't have it in you. You're not a killer.
Nah, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Check here. Then I need to move this for the discovery, but that doesn't work. Check, he'll likely come here. He could come here though. That's just... Where the fuck is it? Is it just coming here? No, because he takes with knight, so that's not it. Just takes that. I think it's pushing bishop, pins the knight to the king. No, that can't be it, because it'll take 3 moves if I do that. It'll be here, then here. And he could just move his king when I pin. What the fuck is it? I come here, check again, start with that. That gives him this. Check. Okay, he comes here.
Man, I have depressed you with my fighting words. Are you finding it?
I see a lot of different ideas. I don't know how I don't see.
And it involves both your knight and your bishop. Remember,
Yeah.
queen is like the marionette that's dangled in front of the king. Here, it's an accept. The bishop is the one. The bishop and the queen. Okay, the queen delivers the checkmate. I'll give you that hint. It's a knight move and then a queen move.
Well,
it's a knight move followed by a queen.
I definitely think the first knight move is F3. F3 gives you. Yeah, F3 gives you one
but then,
tile.
Then you'll see it immediately. This made in one move.
Oh Jesus! Because my bishop is covering this. Oh, that's okay.
Exactly. So the reason I was so insistent on this is not just because of efficiency, right?
Damn, I can't.
What I
believe
want you
didn't
to
see that.
understand is that, like, to get more fluency in terms of incorporating all of your pieces, understanding the role that each piece plays, that's just crucial. Because sometimes the window of opportunity here, it's very. By the way, very good job. That is how you win a fucking game of a queen. Okay. And the only mistake you made was giving away that exchange. Now, let me show you why I didn't actually capture that exchange.
Okay. Yeah.
You close out of that previous analysis board you had, whatever it might have been.
Yeah, it's all closed out. I'm fresh out here.
Totally fresh here. Okay, just re-invited you.
Okay, you're gonna have to send that again. It wasn't fresh enough. I guess.
Okay. Turbo. Fucking Fisto. Try it again.
Hit me with that one more time.
Let me just open up another analysis board. Maybe I should have thrown some profanity at the end of Turbo Fisto. Turbo Fisto motherfucker, maybe.
Yeah, something like let it know that you're getting serious.
Still nothing, yeah? Just try it again. Are you sure you closed out of the other analysis? Oh, maybe I was the one. Let me clean slate it as well.
Yeah, I just close out of every board once we're done with it just to be safe.
I think this will actually set the Guinness World Record for the glitchiest software ever produced in the history of computer programming.
Oh, that's a bold claim. I'd give you history of chess, but the history of computer programming, you're competing with some greats out there. We're talking big rigs over the road racing kind of shit at that point.
Still nothing, by the way, right?
No, still nothing.
8th time the charm?
Did you just send it?
I've been like sending it on many boards consistently. It says you've invited Turbo fucking Fisto.
Hold on. Is there like maybe a different place? Like maybe it's just not popping up on the screen sometimes.
Log out and log back in. No space. Oh, still space. Oh, I'm adding a space afterward. I don't think I am.
Oh, that worked. Whatever you did there.
No, you guys. My chat's saying I'm adding a space. I'm not adding a space, guys. Calm down.
Oh, that's chat for you. Getting it wrong. Blaming you.
You were okay. Guilty as charged. Jesus Christ. Man, it's been like this. People need to chill out on my chats this evening, Charlie. It's like I make one wrong misstep and people are just going crazy.
Isn't that the beauty of it, though?
I was putting a space between Turbo and Fisto. I'm sorry. I stand corrected, guys. You got me. Guilty.
Blundered.
I will be sent to the court. Sanhedrin. You know, the ancient Israeli court has been activated, clearly. Yeah. Jesus. All right. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Enough, please. Enough. Okay? Man, I've never been crucified like this for adding a space. That doesn't mean this software is not glitchy. It still is.
Oh, it certainly is. That's not your fault. Are you now? Do you mean to show me this game?
Yes, this is our last game. So basically,
no, this is not our last game. I'm seeing a different game. Oh no, wait! I'm looking at the wrong pieces.
You're seeing the correct game.
Yep, sorry.
You're seeing the correct.
I forgot I played
black. Basically, no. I know you guys are trying to help. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. I'm eternally indebted to each and everyone who said you putting a space you've done, you piece of fucking shit, worthless asshole. After every 2 seconds. Thanks, man, with the plan for the bits. Okay, so now why did I reject this move? You have a counter blow in this position, where basically you give up this rook, but in turn, you launch a sudden and devastating attack against my king. Find this move. It's not terribly difficult, but I want you to get some practice finding some of this.
Yeah, is it just F6?
It is. Go ahead and play queen f6. And after knight takes f8, you can actually refrain from taking the knight for the time being. You can squeeze as much out from the position of this queen before you take that knight. I challenge you to be as precise as possible.
So then I'd just start coming here. I'd threaten your rook. You'd move your rook. I'd take your...
Bingo.
Now I take your
Look
knight.
how quickly you're finding this. Taking the pawn, it's not a problem for you. And then this rook penetrates to f2.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of penetrating going on here once you're going to start mowing down all the pieces on the second rank. But when you play bishop e6 with a knight on g5, you have to be very careful about moves where I trail with the bishop. I lead with the bishop, and then I take with the knight. So you have to have a very good response. What would be an alternative? What could you do first before playing bishop e6 here if you want it to be as safe as possible? Thanks for the sub, Elliot.
So I'd prep that. So I'd look for a way to defend that. I could either do that with the rook. Well, I can't do that with the rook, but I'd bring my queen over to e8.
Yeah, but what about something less artificial? Just get the fuck rid of this knight.
Oh, yeah, chase him out. I could just push the h-pawn.
Bingo. Push the h-pawn, then bring the bishop out to e6, and you're totally good.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, perfect play. And everything else, this move knight f4. Now, the move that I had in mind was actually c6. What moves does this stop?
It stops knight from getting on d5.
And that is an incredibly... If you play something like this against Slicker, he's going to go fucking crazy. He's like, I wanted to put my knight on d5. And he's going to start walking around. So anyways, that was not a good imitation.
It sounded about right. I mean,
case,
that's like half the stream, right? I mean, you're pretty close.
moistcr1tikal is a piece of shit. Yes, I'm going to beat him easily. moistcr1tikal. Anyways, let's actually, speaking of Slicker, let's do a little bit of preparation if that
sounds good, man.
To you.
Yeah, I'm good.
So I have already pre-downloaded his games into my database, and I have some good news and some bad news.
The good news.
The good news is he is not an openings person, so he doesn't have a clue what he's doing in the opening, unless he took some sort of revolutionary lesson today.
And I'm going to guess the bad news is he's only played 30 games of chess ever. Thanks to Prime Drub.
Partially. So the bad news is his variety in the opening is extreme. He plays a million different things, and so predicting the exact line he's going to play is hard. Not saying it's impossible. Now, I downloaded those games yesterday, so if you bear with me for a second, I am going to go in and see whether he played any games today, because that would be most indicative of what he's likely to play. Let me download his latest couple of games.
Okay.
Give me one moment, just please.
Sounds good, man. I'm in no rush. Thanks to the fat tier 2, Germ.
We'll run through his games today and yesterday real fast, because he's played a lot of them. Just make sure that, because yeah, like he's basically in the preparation phase. Oops, like of course there was an error downloading the games naturally.
As there always is.
There always is some fucking. Okay, I'm gonna go through the manual. You're gonna have to give me 1 minute here.
It's all good.
Okay.
Man. Thanks to the Prime
Okay,
Triple.
I see what he's playing. Yep, that might be what he's gonna do. And you're playing 2 games or 1?
I think it's all 2 games now in consolation. I could be wrong though.
Got it.
Thanks to the Prime Pyro.
He's going to do the same thing. With white, he's definitely going to do the same thing Erob is doing, which is basically going after you with e4, e5, queen h5. And this time, we're actually going to look at that even deeper.
Okay. So just going for the cheesy little Scholars Mate setup.
Yeah, you're going to fucking crush him there. Now, with the black pieces, I think I know what he's going to do. Okay. Let's begin. Let me just verify whether... Prepare against white. Let me just verify if he had any games in the position I'm looking for. Queen h5. Knight c6.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to take a quick little tinkle real quick. I'll be back in a second.
Absolutely. In the meantime, I'll process the rest of his games. Yeah.
Back in a second, team.
Just looking at his games, you guys. Let me think about how we want to do this. Yeah, okay. Oh, Charlie's going to crush him, I think. I think we can predict what he's going to do here. I think we can predict with a pretty high degree of accuracy what we're going to do. Charlie versus Slicker. Is that 1 PS? That's probably 1 PS too. I'm thinking about. I'm going to try to predict what he's going to do, you guys, but it's not going to be easy. I think I have a good pulse on what Slicker's likely to do, though. Okay. What did Slicker play against Nim? Against Nim? Let's see. Slicker played Nimneon. Where is Nimneon? Nimneon. Slicker played. He had 3 games against him. He played D4. Oh, the London system. Oh, he played the London system. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. I think he might go Queen H5. I don't know, you guys, but I think Charlie's just a much better player. So this is going to be very hard for me to prophesy. Very, very hard. But we'll try. Okay.
You heard me pissing?
The party ends with the arrival of...
I always appreciate when you can hear me take a fat piss. All right, I'm back. I'm ready.
Okay. And so am I. Basically... Right, so the bad news is basically that he plays a lot of different stuff with both colors, but I have a pretty good pulse of, and thanks for the $5. I have a pretty good pulse on what he's going to do, I think. Thanks, Bank. And basically, let's start with the white pieces. Okay, you play E4. With 95% certainty, he's going to play E5.
Okay.
Knight F3, and in this position, Slicker fucks around with a variety of different moves. Knight C6 is uncommon in his practice. And when he has played Knight C6, he's responded to the move Bishop C4 with a very, very bad move. One moment. Well, not a very bad move,
Appreciate
actually,
that, Cameron.
but
Thank you.
a very weird move. So Bishop C4 against Alexander Botes. He played the move Knight to A5. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this actually... just blunders a pawn, believe it or not. How does it blunder a pawn?
Yeah, just take pawn.
I mean, you can... The best move here is to sack the bishop on f7, but I wouldn't recommend you doing that because I think you should play with an abundance of caution. Let him be the one to blunder. Knight takes pawn, simultaneously defending the bishop. What if he attacks your knight and tries to section off the knight from the bishop? What do you do now?
And I just bring bishop over to f7 pawn, put him in check.
King e7. Sorry, that would also be good. Now you take g8, and either if he takes the knight, then the bishop moves away, or if the rook takes the bishop, then the knight moves away. And you're up 2 pawns, and look at that king of his.
Nice. So what? Yeah, so knight would be better here, actually. The check doesn't really matter.
No, actually, if you take with a knight, that might lead to some unforeseen difficulties. Because if you take the rook, he takes your bishop, and now this knight is kind of stuck. So he might end up winning 2 pieces for a rook.
Okay, so bishop makes more sense for that check to stop the
Bishop makes
queen.
much more sense, yeah. Now, what I'm expecting is the move d6. And now the best line here is just to immediately claim the center with d4 and open things up. Because this is called the Philidor defense, and its drawback, there's 2 drawbacks. Number 1, it doesn't develop a piece. What is the second drawback of a move like this?
Blocking the bishop. On
developing. Therefore, as we've discussed many times, you open up the center. What do you recapture with if he takes with a knight?
I'm taking with knight.
Yeah, and then you develop normally. Knight c3, bishop c4, castles, bishop g5 if possible. Queen comes out to f3, just normal developing moves here. He, in his several games, played this move f6, which is a horrendous move, but you have to know how to punish it. In one game, he played the move bishop to g4. And here, this is a very bad move because of d takes c5. And if d takes c5, do you see what to do?
Yeah, now I'm just taking that pawn.
Whoa.
Oh, no. Queen. Oh, right.
Against Mr. Slicker. Now you take the queen, take the pawn.
Sorry.
You're attacking the bishop, you're attacking the pawn, then you keep developing and attacking him.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable playing such a position without queens?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I've been getting better at it.
So as well. Yeah, and if he takes the knight first and then takes the pawn, you get your bishop out. This is the start of one of the most famous games ever played in chess called the opera game. I won't show you the opera game right now, but this is how it started, actually. And I want you to just find the next move of the opera game. Basically, white has a move that creates a sudden double attack against two of black's pawns. Could you find this move? Thank you, Ozymandias, for the sub.
Is it bringing the bishop? Well, it doesn't attack the pawn. I was looking at bringing the bishop to g5. It just attacks the knight, which is the defender.
That's defended. So it's a double attack against specifically two of black's pawns. And again, the undefended pawn test is critical. Which pawns? Well, all the pawns are technically undefended. I'm going to give you a hint. This pawn on b7 is one of them.
Yeah, so that...
Holy smokes. 5 gifted subs. Thanks, XGT 19197. Sorry to interrupt you, Charlie. I had, again, more important people doing things like gifting subs.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Is it just bringing the bishop to d5?
It only attacks one pawn, and he can also just take your bishop. That would be a terrible move. Stricken from the record. I'm going to pretend I never heard that.
I don't see how to attack that pawn because pawns are at odds there at e4 and e5. I don't know how we... Oh, you just bring the queen. Jesus.
Yep, and that's a tough idea, so I'm showing you. And actually, if he defends this pawn, it's checkmate in 2 moves. It's checkmate in 2 moves.
Okay.
So black is already in bit. Now, we've gone a little bit far here. But the key is to remember, if bishop g4, you just take the pawn. And if he fucks around, then you just take this pawn and develop normally. Okay?
Makes sense.
Now, if he goes f6, you develop the bishop to c4. Could you explain to me why the move f6, save for the fact, other than the fact that it doesn't develop a piece, why is it such a bad move in the long run? What move is it now very, very hard for black to play or to prepare?
Knight at f6.
Number 1, and number 2, what move is also going to be impossible to play with this bishop on c4?
Well, pushing that pawn blocks queen's development. He can't play knight at f6, and the bishop being there is still opening up the... Yeah.
What happens on this square on g8? What move takes... Yep, so he's never going to be able to castle. Black is already basically lost. Now, if he plays bishop g4, you can actually potentially set up a legal's mate here, but I don't recommend doing that. If you play knight c3, you are actually threatening to capture the pawn on e5 with the knight, and then do legal's mate if he takes your queen.
Yeah, I don't feel too confident that he'd... I feel like the second I feel like the second I'd even like take that piece, he'd just immediately take it with a pawn without even realizing the queen's open.
Right, I agree. And that's something that you have to try to specifically target. He is very, very impulsive. So do something that provokes him into an obvious move, which is a blunder. That is sort of the shortcut to winning the game. Now, instead of this, the simplest is to play the move h3. It seems like blundering a pawn. But look at black's position. Do you see how crippled everything is?
Mm-hmm.
You give a check. You go here, black is busted. You're threatening checkmate, and you're threatening what other piece? Well, pawn, sorry.
Well, we're just looking at the d4 pawn since it's hanging.
No, come on. Look, eyes on the prize. Bigger fucking prize.
Well,
who gives a shit about this pathetic pawn here?
Well, I mean, it's checkmate if I get there at f7, but...
Yeah, but what if he goes here?
Is there something...
Vision.
b7, yeah.
Thank you. And then you win the rook and
right.
the game
right,
immediately.
Right.
So, and if queen d7 and queen c6, white to play and win here. Find the little tactic. Notice the queen and the king on the same diagonal. Tactical observation, very, very important here.
Mm-hmm. So it's just taking queen, puts him in check. He takes with knight, so that can't be the progression.
It wins a queen in one move.
You just pin the queen, so you bring bishop to b5. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Pin the queen. Otherwise, you take the rook. So basically, this is the line that I think might actually happen on the board. No promises. If he goes bishop h5 and he keeps the pin, then the best move here, let me just actually make sure, because I did some analysis here, is the move c3, supporting the center. And after that, you can bring the queen out to b3, attack the knight, attack the pawn. This move queen b3 is going to be a key here, because he's basically weakened this diagonal so much. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
And the knight, by the way, you shouldn't be afraid of not being able to develop this knight to c3. Worst comes to worst, it could come out to d2. Nothing wrong with that. It supports the other knight. And remember that maneuver where the knight comes out to g3?
Mm-hmm.
That's another possibility here as well. So essentially, I think that Slicker might... Let me see how he's reacted here in this variation. Why didn't play bishop c4, mind you? But let me just check something very quickly. Yeah, so I think he's going to play bishop g4. I think this is likely to occur on the board. And I think he's actually quite likely to take your knight and take the pawn. I would say there's about a 10% chance, but a non-zero chance that you win the game. Can you remind me of the move here with white? What is the sequence?
I'm putting him in check at h5.
Exactly. Now, if he moves his king out to d7, what would be the fastest way to win the game here? You have a really, really cool sequence. I'm going to give you a hint. It starts with this move.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes out, you checkmate him. And if he goes back, you have a two-move sequence that ends with a fork, and you win a rook at the end of this sequence. It's a very, very interesting idea because it starts with a paradoxical move that doesn't look good. You give up a very good piece for a very bad piece, but you do it in order to pave the way for a fork.
Well, I can safely say it's not a knight fork.
No. Again, yeah, it's not a knight fork. It's a double attack / fork. But it's a two-move combination, and it's time that you start getting some practice solving this kind of thing.
Well, what I looked at was queen to b5 and then go for the hanging pawn, but that could win a rook if he doesn't push the pawn up, I guess.
Not bad, but he will block with the knight, and then his rook is going to have more squares. So,
right.
Let me know if you want me to tell you the first move.
A two-move combination that wins a rook off a fork.
Yep, exactly. Now, how the fuck could you win one of these rooks? You're going to have to bring one of those rooks into a square where it can be forked.
Yeah, and the only sack I see is taking that pawn on h7 to lure rook out to h7.
That would be funny. Chop your hands off if you did that during the game.
I don't see how to lure the rook out. I don't.
You're close. You're thinking in the right direction. It is this rook, in fact, that you win. It is this rook that you win. You're missing a move.
I see. So are you... Well, at least I think that you're trying to lure it onto g8 by taking knight?
Exactly. And now how do you fork it?
And now we're looking at...
Find it.
Putting king in check. It doesn't work because he takes with pawn. Is it just taking pawn? But that doesn't...
No. It's a fork. It is a conventional... It's a check. I don't
know
why.
It's e6.
Yeah,
E6.
exactly. There's nothing to take the queen with.
Right.
It is a bit of a... It's like the queen holding the world on its shoulders here. Look at all these pieces in amongst the trees, but there's nothing black can do because his development has been so shitty.
Right.
So he won the rook. Now, again, we've gone a little bit far, but I want to give you a sense of how to attack in these types of positions. You're only using two pieces, and you can get away with that because black has not developed anything. So does that all make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
I think that this is what you need to focus on reviewing. Now, if he does random shit here, you just develop your pieces. You can go h3 here just to remove this headache entirely. And then you castle. And then at some point, you can open up the center with a move d takes e5. So for example, let's see how this could play out. Let's say he just develops normally. What do you do in a position like this? Well, there's a couple of things you can do. First of all, you can trade places. You can position the rook on the d1 square where it can x-ray black's queen. How could you go about doing that?
Just lifting the queen up, so bringing the queen over to e2.
Yeah. And then you play bishop e3. You stack the rooks on the d file. You open that d file, and then you blast through down the d file. That would be one plan of action. Notice that he can't even get his knight out to h6. That square is covered. He's entirely paralyzed, so you're actually in no hurry. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now let's say he starts while I'm normally developing. He just outright goes and takes my d4 pawn.
Oh, please! You're welcoming that. You take with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
He might jump out with his knight and sort of quasi-attack your bishop. You don't want to give this bishop away. It's the key piece that's stopping him from castling. And then you're going to blast everything open here. f4 followed by e5, opening files and diagonals for your pieces.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to sacrifice here. By the way, for example, f4, knight d7. Now you have a very, very juicy square for this knight. Can you identify it and flop a knight on there?
Yeah, it's e6. He just cut off the bishop's protection.
Check. Now defend the check with tempo. Don't lose any time here.
Okay, so then we're just going to block with the knight going back to d... Well, is that right? We block...
Ooh.
Oh, we block with the bishop.
Knight back.
Block with
That
the bishop.
was the knight.
Yeah, block with the bishop.
Oh my god, there's something absolutely sick. Do you want to see it, Charlie?
Daniel, you know the answer.
Just unwittingly said something brilliant, which is very rare. This move doesn't actually blunder the knight. Because if black takes the knight, you block with the bishop. The queen has only one retreating square, and that is b4. And now the freaking world's tiniest violin move. What move is that?
Just push
Traps
the pawn.
the queen.
Yeah, you just push the pawn.
The queen is trapped. So amazingly, this doesn't actually blunder the knight. But why do that when you have a knight on an ideal square?
Well, I mean, that was what I was seeing when I suggested it,
Of
Daniel.
course, yeah, you were just testing my tactical vision. I know that.
Right.
You don't even have to remind me of that. I know that to be the case. Yes.
Split.
Okay, so stop telling me the obvious things, okay?
Mm-hmm. I'll stop, yeah. I mean, it was a bit silly of me to think you wouldn't see that.
No, ridiculous. So essentially, does the lay of the land there kind of make sense?
Yes. Thanks to the resub
And
switch.
so if he fucks around with any other moves here, if he plays he's played this move before c6, okay, just a ridiculous move. You don't even have to take this pawn. You can just play d4, open up that center, and develop naturally. And he's going to do something crazy, okay? Slicker, he's going to come after you with some crazy move. He's probably going to blunder pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that if you're adhering to the principles of the opening and he does some crazy shit to try to intimidate you, it is not going to work. Your job is to be confident. Don't overthink it, especially tomorrow. My one worry is that you're going to start hesitating because you're going to think, well, he's prepared something, he has something up his sleeve. Chess is not magic, okay? If he plays like shit, that means he's playing like shit.
Okay.
Now, with the black pieces, I think he might repeat queen h5. Do you remember how to deal with this?
Yeah, so I'm just bringing knight out over there on c6.
Go ahead. Play the moves. Now, Slicker will actually play bishop c4 here. How do you defend against this in the most effective manner? We talked about this as well.
Yeah, just bringing this.
I'm going to pretend I never heard that, Charlie.
Oh, Jesus. Whoops, sorry. I autopilot. Hey. It's what?
I'm scared. I'm scared for tomorrow.
Hey, listen. We've been going over some advanced... How do I...
Oh, yeah, just take it back.
Okay.
I never want to hear that move again in my life.
Listen, Daniel, you're not grasping my complex attacks here, like my tactics.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here. Did you play g6 already?
Yeah, I just played it.
Yeah, okay. Queen f3, and only now.
Yeah.
Play knight f6. Now in this position, Slicker played two different moves. Both of them are shit. One is the development of the knight to the side, which allows you to penetrate with what move. You like this move?
Yeah, just getting my knight right over there on d4.
Yep, go ahead. And now, because his position is so crippled, you can blast the center open with a familiar device. How?
Is this where I'm just going to push my pawn up here?
Go d5. E takes d5. Now you've opened up your bishop. Can you place the bishop on its most active square?
Mm-hmm.
inducing a further weakness. His queen is trapped. He's got to play f3. Now you take the knight, cripple his pawn structure completely. Look at this position and how dominant it is. Both knights on ideal squares. You're threatening a check. This knight can come out to f4. If he castles, you can give a check, come out to f4. Threaten checkmate, bring the queen to h5. His pawns start falling. You can castle long. The position is completely winning. Okay?
Yep, makes sense.
So this is all very, very intuitive. He's also played knight c3, which is somewhat of a more decent move. And in this position, I would recommend you to prepare the move d5 with what device. We've kind of brushed up on this briefly. How do you prepare the move d5?
Am I just pushing the pawn to defend that?
Yep, that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay, so c6
That is
then
precisely
d5.
what you're doing. Yep. Now, because he hasn't prioritized his development, you can afford to spend more time moving pawns. Let's say he goes knight f3, you go d5. If he takes your knight, which piece do you take? The knight or the bishop? Small tactical question.
Well, the knight has a much more active square, so I take the knight, right?
You take the knight, exactly. And also because you win a piece. You're now attacking both bishop and the knight.
Right,
at the same
okay.
time.
Yeah,
Okay?
that makes sense.
So he's kind of busted here. If he takes, you take back, moves his bishop back, you take the bishop, look at your beautiful monster pawn center. You can push that pawn, develop your bishop, fianchetto it, castle, and you're in very, very good shape. I don't want to bog you down here with too many details. He's going to do one of these things. Now, against Irab, the one thing I didn't like is the hesitancy that you showed. I think against Irab, let me try to remember what he did. I think he went knight c3, and then he went... What did he do? I think he went back here or something. Do you remember what he did by any chance?
I don't. I think he actually dropped queen to h3. I don't remember, but I think it was h3.
Yeah, so in that case, you would have had the move d5 here, opening the attack up on the queen.
No, he definitely didn't do that because I would absolutely see that.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah, I actually trust that. I think the position was somehow he was able to cripple your pawn structure. Then you played knight d4 and he blundered his queen with, I think he went here or something. But anyways, there was a point at which you were deciding whether to take one of his pieces and you didn't take it for some reason. Don't overthink these kinds of things. Just develop normally. Just develop normally. Okay?
Okay.
d6, knight d4. Now, you don't have to rush for the move knight d4. You can delay it if you want. The key is to prioritize development. Last thing. In one of his games, Slicker actually started with the move d4, and he employed the London system, which I think Hans showed him. Now, against the London system, you can just develop normally and copy him. You can just go bishop f5, e6, knight f6, bishop d6, do the same thing you would do on the king side, just on the opposite side of the board.
Okay, that seems easy enough.
Okay, I don't think you should worry about this. It's just going to be a normal position, and you're going to fuck. Okay? So can we just do one review from the white side? Go ahead and start the game. I'm going to pretend that I'm Slicker.
Wow, this is incredible. All right. Well,
no, he's already winning.
Did you push my move back?
No, I played d6. I'm looking at your stream. Yep, correct. No, not knight c3. He's played d6, and the memory marker you could make is that this is an abnormal developing move, so you can afford to open up the center here.
Okay, so this is just pushing out?
There you go.
Okay, now I just want to develop normally.
Now you have to understand the drawback of this move.
Yeah, bishop, castle, can't castle.
Bishop.
What did we ultimately decide on? Just H3. What was that? H3? Chase it away? Okay.
And if bishop h5 here, then c3 followed by queen b3.
Okay.
Okay, number one. And if he takes and takes, you sacrifice a pawn, and this is where I'd like you to remember the sequence of moves that wins you the game here.
Yeah, I remember it from here.
Sick if this actually occurred on the board. I don't think it will. Don't get your hopes up, but it's not like I've predicted anything before, right?
Yeah, you're only 1 for 1. Okay, so now that you've moved queen there, I can't do that fork on that side, so I just come over here.
6. Uh-oh, my stream's freezing up.
Thanks to the resub rescue and the Tumbra.
close a certain program ASAP. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Saved. Bishop b5, very nice, winning the queen. And that's perfect. If he goes knight c6 in a position like this, reinforcing your pawn, you can simply push that pawn right in his grill. And then if he brings his knight out to d4, you are going to trap this knight on the next move with what move? For whatever reason, my people in my chat are complimenting you, saying you've made a lot of progress. I don't know why they would say something like that.
You must have instilled in them that belief.
Oh, yeah.
It's just pushing a pawn up here, right? So now I'm just going c3.
Exactly. Bingo, c3, and the knight has no retreat squares. So, again, expect something weird, okay? Expect some weird move like bishop c5 or c5. Queen f6 has also been played. Here you just develop normally and you can play d4. It's okay if he plays one of those things that you're not familiar with. Just adhere to basic principles. Same thing goes with black. He's a very aggressive player, but he doesn't know opening principles. Thanks for the bits, Austin. And that's basically that. I mean, you're just a much better player than him. Just try to be confident and use your time well.
Okay, so when do I want to push that d pawn for the abnormal development? But if you immediately, like, let's say, so he pushes and then he immediately goes bishop, do I just want to immediately send that d4?
If bishop c5, that blunders a pawn. You can just take the pawn.
Okay, so then I just
and then you can follow it up with d4.
Okay.
Now, you could play d4 here, but because he's brought this square under control, it would not be such a good idea. Basically, d4 should be played against most pawn moves. If he's played f6 or c6, he's wasted a move. And so in return, you can delay your development by a move in order to exploit that. How do you exploit that? By opening up the center.
Gotcha. So I'm only going to really do this if he makes a pawn move on this next one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And when in doubt, you're like, I'm not sure. Is this what we talked about? Just develop your pieces. Totally fine.
Okay.
You're going to be fine. So basically, that's the lay of the land against Slicker. How do you feel generally about the games tomorrow?
Yeah, that sounds good. That feels pretty good. That makes sense. So before I forget, when am I bringing the c3? The c3 is only for when he puts his knight there, right? Then I have to drop queen back.
C3 is, well, specifically, let me put it this way. Thanks for the $3 fire. The move pawn to c3 is what you're asking?
Yeah, so that's only for when if he plants at d4, right?
It's, well, let me just spell this out for you. It's in this position. You play c3 to reinforce the pawn and pave the way for queen b3 to happen.
Okay.
Now, c3 in general is a good move to stop. If you're ever afraid of his knight coming out to d4 in any position, let's say that you have a knight on c3, moving the knight away and then going c3 yourself to stop him is a very much legitimate plan.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's basically the lay of the land in that regard. So what do you say? I'm going to give you a choice for the sort of final hurrah. You can jump in the pool for, like, let's say a game, or we can do some more exercises. Sort of what do you think is going to make you more confident for the game tomorrow?
I'll hop in the pool for this one.
That sounds great.
It's been a little while.
You haven't played as much today. Sounds perfect.
Yeah, well, I haven't played at all today.
Yeah.
If you can believe that.
I find it very difficult to believe. Okay. Oh my god. Maybe he's watching our stream.
That's cute.
Holy shit, I think he's watching our stream. He's got him. There's no way.
Well, this is pretty adorable. I don't think so, though. So now I'm going bishop c4, right? That's the next move here.
You are. I'm actually fascinated at this, Charlie. I have just a knack for this kind of stuff.
You really?
Oh, you can actually win his queen already, but it's kind of advanced.
I can win his queen just because of that knight play?
Yep.
Okay.
Now his queen is defending it.
Defending
his queen.
The only thing defending his queen is the king.
Now, do you see hypothetically a scenario? Let's say the d file were opened and the queens were staring at each other, okay? Imagine that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to use your bishop to slice off the defense of the king to the queen?
Well, yeah. Would this be the Greek gift sacrifice moment where I'm pulling the queen?
It's kind of a variation of it, but what move would you make?
To pull the king away, I'd play at f7 with bishop.
That's all I'm going to say. Just on that information alone, you can find and chart a course of action where you sack several pieces to make that happen.
Right.
Do it.
I want to see that. Okay, so I need to free up d file, which means I need to get out that d6 pawn. So I need to come up with an attack on d6 pawn. So I think that.
I mean, maybe, but maybe you have the move in mind already.
I don't know. So I think in my head, it starts with a take, but
Yeah.
it
Of course,
is.
you have to get rid of that d6 pawn. Doesn't mean
Okay.
literally capture it. Maybe it moves away and recaptures the pawn on e5.
Okay, so then it starts here.
Right. And what if he takes with the f pawn? That's where the sort of tactic comes in.
Yes.
A way to lure his pawn to e5.
I immediately see it. I just take with the knight, then he'll take with the pawn. Then I see it.
Now he gets 2 minor pieces for the queen, so it's not an entirely queen gratis, but it is kind of winning because his king is also out of the open there.
It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I don't think I'll play this, but it's cool.
Yeah, and this is just good practice for maybe Slicker.
Thanks to the resub chode.
And you're gonna dazzle everybody with that. Okay, well he goes f5. Now I want you to kind of figure out how he's just like tilting, he's pushing his pawn away. Look at his king. Your job here is to open the position up as much as possible in order to exploit this weakness of his king.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
don't overthink it. I want you to act instinctively here. What comes to mind? What's your gut telling you to do?
Well, I can't just immediately throw the bishop there. I have no way of following up to get the queen, so I need to prep that, but I need d-file open.
Don't have a one-track mind here. Get rid of that f pawn because it's threatening to capture your pawn on e4. If you see a cool idea, remind yourself it's not all about accomplishing that idea. You have to attend to the needs of the position first and foremost.
Okay, that makes sense. So now...
Okay, now, which means in this case, just develop your pieces. If he takes the pawn on e5, great, you're going to win his queen. But if not, at least you'll keep developing your pieces.
Okay, so yeah, I don't see any way of freeing up the d-file right now. Well, the first thing I wanted to do was just develop bishop over here, attack the queen.
That I would have developed my knight first just to kind of give him more of an opportunity to blunder, but this move is fine. Don't fall in love with the move bishop g5, though, because it also allows him to develop his pieces. Ooh, interesting. You're sacking the bishop.
Well, not really. I'm looking at something a little... Well, he could have just taken bishop, but yeah.
Yeah, but you're still winning there. You have the e-file open, but you misplayed this slightly. Now he's attacking both of your bishops.
Yeah.
So you have to somehow solve that problem, and you have only one way of doing that.
Damn, I had a cool idea and it didn't pan out for me.
Instinctive move here. It's very natural. The first move is you have a way of solving the problem of one of the bishops that's been literally served to you on a golden platter, which is what?
Just taking the bishop?
Taking that fucking bishop, yeah. And then he takes with the queen with check, and then you have to solve the other problem of the bishop while being in check, but you have a way of doing that. Which move? Yep. Beautiful. Nicely done.
So
now the time is what you have to worry about tomorrow. You have got to play relatively fast. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. I didn't really have a question. It was just I had an idea for a play, but it just obviously didn't pan out for me.
Now I would have castled first because he can cripple your pawn structure by taking the knight, but that's okay. I mean, it's not a big deal either way.
Oh, yeah, I see. You're right.
Because well, you also have at your disposal the idea of castling along, so maybe this is a blessing in disguise. The g-file is open, which means maybe you could stick a rook there and castle long, but still, I wouldn't really have allowed him that opportunity.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay.
But it's okay. You're still much better. Now, your favorite move here would be very, very strong, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like you like this move.
Bringing the knight up there to d5.
Yeah, so he's playing with fire here. You could have taken this knight were it not for a pin. So by putting the knight on d5, you're attempting, in addition, to dislodge the queen from pinning the bishop. So he's balancing a lot of loads here at the same time, and he's not even developed yet. So knight c4 was a bad move.
Oh, the classics beans. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But does this ever all make sense so far?
Yeah.
One thing we have to discuss after the game is how to handle that complicated position in the best possible way, because that will be very instructive for tomorrow, I think.
And I guess another thing is just not falling in love with an idea once it falls apart, just to let it go, because that caused me to make a big fucking mistake.
Exactly. Like, if your opponent hasn't done it, let it go. Oh my goodness. Now you're not letting this go, I hope, right?
No.
Thanks to music.
That's just a free queen.
Yep. It is a free queen. Goodbye. And you see how fast people collapse. Okay, now try to be as accurate as possible. Be active. You're up a queen. He's undeveloped. You have an opportunity to fucking put him down while he's already down. So don't make timid moves. Develop the queen in the most active fashion. Which square comes to mind? Attack the most pieces possible.
I was going to D4, attacks the knight, and okay. Cool.
That's a fork, my friend, and that's a devastating one at that. Maybe you saw this immediately. I don't mean to like exaggerate the effectiveness of this move.
No. You're good. This is a move that I've played before. I mean, I can see a fork when it's wide open like this. It's just when there's a lot of pawns on the board and other minor pieces, I obviously don't recognize that quick.
Oh, I love that sound of the bits coming in. Thanks for the bits, Flyerton. Wooden shield, I guess that's what the cool kids call it.
The wooden... That's cute, yeah.
Wooden shield,
yeah. The old XQC before he fell from grace.
Yep, you showed him a wooden shield. Thanks for the sub, Incognito.
So now I just want to keep swallowing up these minor pieces, yeah?
Sure. Fucking take everything. I would have taken C7 or maybe gone bishop B5 check and won his knight, but it really, at this point, you're so winning. It doesn't matter in what. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. You want to put the steak on your plate first. You want to put the fries on your plate first. Doesn't matter. Now, try to find the balance. At some point, you can decide, okay, I'm done taking material. I'm just going to go straight for the checkmate and complete my development. But here, it's totally fine to take as much as you can get.
Okay, so...
It's just that, again, yeah.
I was just going to say I was going B5 with bishop next. Should I have done that before taking this one? No, it doesn't work.
It's totally fine. You can even still do it because then you pin that knight on C6. That would actually be a great move.
Oh, right. Yes, he hasn't moved his king.
But I want you to finish this off on your own. This is excellent practice in converting and finishing off a winning position. So I'm going to be silent for the rest of the game.
All good, man. I'll figure it out.
Probably what you wanted in the first place anyway.
No, I enjoy our conversations, Daniel. I think they're very important.
I do as well.
Okay. So, do I want to take... Well, I'm not going to ask you. I'll figure it out. Right.
Yeah, you better. Just be methodical. Like, what is his threat? Let me deal with his threat first and then take the free stuff. And remember, you're up so many pieces that every single trade is in your favor.
So I can't decide. This is hanging, but then he just takes here, and then I can't immediately take it back. This doesn't really work. Coming here, he just takes with knight. Dropping here doesn't really work. And then he'll just move. I don't know which one to take.
Freeze.
Maybe I can't do this because he takes with the rook. That doesn't work. So I can't do it. Well, I can come down here for another check. Just doesn't do anything.
Thanks for the bits, Ransvelt. Anything coming to mind?
It's just not going to work. I can't decide. I think in this position it's best just to take this. Then it frees up the B7 anyway. At least
the best thing to do would have been to take that knight with your knight. He takes that with the pawn, and then you take his other knight with your bishop.
Makes sense. Fuck, yeah. Didn't even think of that.
That's okay. Now, I would attend to the safety of your king if I were you. I would get it out of the center before you do anything else.
Makes sense. Oh, my God.
Okay. You're doing well.
I always do that.
You're not going to play perfectly, but when you get a lot of experience winning these positions, you're going to just start playing a lot better. So finish him off. Do what feels natural here. You're so winning. It's all that matters is playing fast. Look at that king nicely tucked in there on H1. Now you can attend to his king and finish him off.
Yes, sir. Don't know what that's looking at.
good.
Maybe here's what he's looking at. Which doesn't really get him much. Thanks to the resub, Vailden. Can't go here. This doesn't get him anything. I guess here, which doesn't really do much.
And remember, no matter the position, do not stop the search for tactical ideas, ever. You have a way to win another piece here.
This takes, puts him in check.
Look at his king, look at your knight.
Yeah, I see the check, so it's just winning this pawn. He doesn't get anything.
No, tunnel vision. You're looking only at the hanging pawn. But if the knight goes down the other freeway to win the rook. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Forks are your biggest weakness in terms of tactics, unilaterally, unequivocally. Look for forks tomorrow. Like, force yourself to look at the undefended pieces, at knight forks, at other forks. Very, very important.
Yep, that's the. I guess that's a big problem. I see one fork and I don't look if there's a better way of doing it or a better option. Yeah.
But at the same time, don't overthink it. Like, you're gonna miss stuff tomorrow, and that's something you just have to embrace. You're not gonna get everything at once.
Why can't I take that? Oh, whoop. Whoops. All right. Can't go here. He takes. Check.
You should have been making a move by now. You're up a rook and a queen. Basically impossible not to checkmate him.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to keep harping on that. I'm just concerned about your time usage sometimes.
No, my time usage is straight ass.
Good. Now you're playing well. The reason is because your instincts are very good. And remember, you can sacrifice one of your pieces to checkmate him. So there's a move that you can play here that leads to exactly. Yeah. You sack the exchange, but you get a rook to the b file, and it's basically checkmate in a few moves.
Mm-hmm.
Now fucking finish him off here.
No, it's not.
But don't blunder your queen.
Here we go.
Nice.
Is there a reason to take the rook, or do I just stay with this pressure?
You have made in a couple moves if you just keep taking stuff with check and trying to get the queen to the ladder checkmating position.
Yeah, I think what I'm most comfortable with is if I just take the rook and then just go that way.
Yeah, sure. Take the rook. Take the rook. Yeah, certainly not going to hurt.
Actually, the tier 1 riveting in the bits. Xenial, welcome.
But overall, I'm feeling good about this. I think you're grasping these attacking ideas. There's just a couple of sort of modifications and fine-tuning for us to do. Other than that, things are looking pretty good, I think.
Okay, and this brings us to a problem I had last night. How do I pull off the rook ladder, though, when I am in a vertical position?
When you're in a vertical position?
Yeah, it didn't come in hand. It didn't need to happen here, but let's say this was more in the middle of the board. How would I then set it up?
Oh, so for example, if... Okay, let me invite you to for the final time an analysis board. Give me a hot second. And maybe I can set up basically what it is that you're referring to. Thank you for the raid, Leonard, SNN. Inviting you right now. There we go.
That worked immediately. Good shit.
Wow. Holy shit. So basically, is what you're referring to something to the effect of like a position like this? How do you actually make this happen?
Yeah, how do I set up the ladder in this position? Because I end up just...
Well, basically, like the king controls the squares, but the thing is the rooks are very mobile, so you basically bring the queen to the other side. And then the king approaches the other side, and then you use the other side. So you keep swinging the pieces back and forth. Wherever the king is approaching, you wait for the king to approach as close as possible to that side of the board, and then you swing your pieces to the other side of the board.
Okay, so it's kind of like
understand what I'm saying.
It's kind of like what we do with the rook king checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, kind of like the two rooks. If I set up a position, and just very quickly, by the way, in this position, I would not have forced things with bishop g5. I would have just developed his knight. Let him be the one to develop his pieces. By playing bishop g5, you are paradoxically helping him because he plays this move with tempo by attacking your bishop.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that's just something to grasp. I feel like you fall in love with this move, bishop g5, a little bit too much. Remember, a move isn't good only because it attacks a piece. Sometimes not creating a threat can even be more effective. So let me set
There's the
up
prime clutch.
a sample position just so we can hammer this point home, because hopefully if things go well, you will have an opportunity to deliver ladder checkmate. Tomorrow, I called it here first. Okay, do you see the position?
Yeah.
Now, could you checkmate me from here and try to apply this?
I mean, yeah, here I'm just coming up like this.
Okay.
And then I need to...
You need to spread, yeah. Well, no.
No, I'm just sending you the other way. Yeah.
So you need to use one rook to cut the king off and one rook to give the check, okay? Now, you can't move this rook away because that blunders one of the rooks.
Right.
So don't be afraid to shift your rooks around. But start the process.
Okay, so does every move need to be a check, though? Because right now your king's...
No, but far from it.
Okay.
You just need to get this rook away from the king's grasp,
Okay.
and then maneuver the other rook around. Well, you can already cut the king off. You already have a chance to do that.
Yeah.
Yep. And now, exactly. Now I would just move it to a5. It doesn't matter, though. You'll see why.
Because then, yeah, you come
It's
here.
like it's like a foosball trick. You know, you bring the players from one side to the other side really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Bump. Exactly. You see how mobile the rooks are. That the king is like running to the other side, but eventually he spread his cheeks.
Okay. I think that's one of the problems I have, is forgetting that I just need to drop him away from the king and then I set up the ladder normally. I think that's just something I need to recognize.
Like use the power of the rooks. Exactly. Don't be afraid to do that kind of stuff. The rooks are mobile, but that's kind of... And, you know, the funny thing is you do know how to checkmate with a rook against the king. So if you forget, you always can basically forget that one of the rooks exists and just use the king.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm typically more comfortable with just a rook-king checkmate. I find that just to be the simplest, because then you're only managing one piece.
Technically, that's known, obviously, as the more complicated one, but that's very, very interesting. But what I'd say is, another thing, he probably will play until checkmate. So be very careful about stalemates, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a million pieces left and he has just the king, every single move you play, you check that it's not stalemate and that you explicitly see that he has at least one retreating square for his king. Okay, very, very important.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think you're very, very well prepared. I think you're in good form. You're the much better player. Really, the key is the time management. I mean, if you notice your time ticking down, there's a point at which you just have to force yourself to follow your instincts, which are much, much better than his. Essentially, that's... Do you have anything on your mind, any concerns, anything you want to review?
Can I see one more time the opening for like a...
Absolutely, I was going to suggest that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that just one more time.
Yep, let me just paste in an empty starting position here. 1 second.
Yeah, I saw the XQC stalemate today.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking wild.
There we go. Go ahead.
Okay.
From the start. Now a fork in the road. If bishop h5. This is the one time you make this move.
This is just take?
No. You have to prepare a move of this queen on d1. It's a move that you don't want to make because you want to develop this knight to c3. That's why it's unnatural for you to make it.
Huh. So this is when I bring her to e2?
C3.
Oh, right, the c3 pawn because it blocks... Yep, that's right, because now I need to prepare b3.
The purpose of this is to bring the queen out to b3.
Yep.
And to double attack. Don't forget about this pawn on b7. That's the keys to the kingdom right there. Now, Slicker's going to take the knight.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a given. And then here.
Exactly. If king d7... Not quite. Remember, first you check here.
Right.
Then you have this little combination.
Yeah, then it's here.
No. Not yet. You have to fork the rook. You have to get the rook onto a forkable square first, and then you go b6.
Yep.
Bingo.
See, there's so many lines. I don't know. This one's been complicated.
And here's the great thing. If you forget something, you're still going to be winning. The position is so overwhelming. Oops, sorry, that's not the move. Queen e6. The position is so overwhelming. And I want to hammer this point home. If you do not remember, do not by any means try to reconstruct it in your mind, because that leads to stupid stuff. If you don't remember, just chill out and sort of play a move that you would normally play, okay? It's much better to follow your own principles than to try to reconstruct some shit. And what if I play G6? But with that in mind, it would be sick if you, of course, did remember this.
Yeah, well, I'd absolutely like to remember it.
That would be amazing, yeah. But okay, yes. All right, what's now? Do you remember the move? And here you could find this move independently. It's a double attack. We've talked about this move several times. This is fine, but it's not the best, because now he can develop his knight and pave open some squares for him. What is the move here?
It's not coming to the same spot, right? I'm not going back to D5 in this position, am I?
You are. You didn't get returned from there. You went from D1 to H5 to D5.
Oh, sorry. I thought.
Now,
okay.
what are you threatening? Yeah, I think you confused. Sorry, because you were like at F5. I think you got confused. But here you're threatening these two things.
Right.
He's got to attend to the checkmating threat, which means he can't move his knight away, which means you will take this pawn and either win his rook or win his queen with the pin.
Yeah. Okay. So can we bring it back 1 second?
Absolutely. Go ahead. You can use the arrow buttons to bring it back.
So when would I be looking for the rook pin?
What do you mean by the rook pin?
Well, not the rook pin, the fork, the rook fork. When am I bringing my queen to E6? When would that?
Right. So that's if he plays in this position the move king D7.
Okay. So if he preps his king.
Now you give this check, and then you bring the king back and you take.
Okay.
But let's say you've forgotten everything. Oh shit, what do I do here? First of all, this check on B5 is good. Secondly, you just castle. And then you can pick this pawn back off with rook D1, rook takes D4. His position is terrible anyway. Look at his king. Not to burden you with further moves, but I just want to hammer that point home. A lot of problems start when you kind of in your mind try to reconstruct something. So if it doesn't come to you in 30 seconds, just play a move independently.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Okay?
Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. I'm not expecting him to move the king here. So what I'm really looking at like that huge dick play, then bringing it over to D5.
Right. And I would give this about a 10 to 20% chance of occurring. This position, I think, might occur on the board with D6 and F6. He might actually start with a move F6 and then play D6. That doesn't change anything. It might happen. He might do something crazy after knight F3. He might even surprise you on the first move. Maybe he, behind the scenes, talks to someone and they teach him some line. Just develop normally against any move. There's nothing he can throw at you. Knight F6, you just develop your knight. Okay, there's just nothing that he can throw at you that's so special. And with white, you play here. Don't blunder Scholar's Mate. In this position, what do you do and how do you defend?
It's here. Yeah, did you see the move?
Yep.
Okay, and then here.
And if I go knight E2, to stop you from getting your knight to D4,
then I need.
How are you going to develop this bishop onto which square? What is the most harmonious way of developing? Because you've played G6 already, so you've paved the way for the bishop to come where?
To the fianchetto.
Fianchetto, exactly. Followed by D6. Bishop E6 would be a great move in this position because his queen is directly in the path of a potential rook that could land on F8. So a move like knight H5 could actually come with tempo. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So I'm only really looking to fianchetto on that side, though, if he plays the knight to defend against D4.
Yeah, if not, then you get the knight to D4, you play D5, and do you remember the sequence of moves in this position?
Yeah.
First, you would do some weakness. Develop your bishop.
Yeah, so I don't remember where to bring the bishop, though. Is it just coming down here to pressure the queen, and then I take knight? Okay.
F3, then you take the knight, and then you take the free pawn. On D5, and you're threatening to bring that queen out to H4 and just to fuck him up.
Yeah.
So that game is basically over here. That's basically the lay of the land. I mean, again, he might do something crazier than this, but I don't envision that happening.
Okay.
So how does this all sound to you?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, defending the Scholar's Mate I've done quite a few times, so that shouldn't be a problem. I guess it's just going up against an unfamiliar opening I might struggle with, at least with time.
But adhere to the principles of if he offers you a pawn, like if he goes E4, E5, and he goes D4, Just take that goddamn pawn, make his queen come out, and then attack the queen with the knight. Think on your feet. Chess is not a game where you can kind of just parrot a bunch of principles. You have to think on your feet. If he's doing something crazy, it probably is crazy. He's not a world champion who's prepared it beforehand.
Okay, that
So
makes
don't
sense.
give him the benefit of the doubt. Don't give him that extra respect. You have to respect his ideas. He is a tricky player. He knows how to come up with some tricks. So don't grab pieces immediately. Watch for mate threats. He knows how to set them. Watch for batteries, forks, stuff like that. But at some point, you just have to go for it if you think he's blundered.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
So I think you're in great shape. I'm looking forward to watching the games. I'll release you for tonight unless there's any last kind of questions you wanted to clear up.
No, it all sounds pretty good to me, man.
Sounds awesome, Charlie. Well, good work today. I think, you know, I know you expect a lot of yourself, but you're making grand strides toward Grandmasterdom.
Ah.
And I'm in a position to judge that. So
Thank you.
happy
Daniel.
with how things are going, my man.
Really appreciate that, man. And of course,
My daily praise, my
Yeah.
one piece of praise.
that's all I need. That's enough to keep me smiling the whole night, Daniel.
Oh, I know you'll be doing some things to smile tonight.
Amen, baby. All right, man. Are you still
All
going?
right, man. Yeah, I'll go for maybe another hour or so. Just play some speed chess, and then I'll hit up the bed after that.
Okay, sounds good, man. I'll toss it your way again tonight.
Thanks, Charlie. Really appreciate it. And yeah, you have yourself a great night. I'll be rooting for you tomorrow, man.
Sounds good, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks again.
All right,
Bye.
see you. All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. To everyone who donated, a huge thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. The sub means a lot, so thank you for subbing. I hope you enjoy those emotes. I mean, the tier 1 subs have been crazy, so I really appreciate the generosity there. And if you want to see more chess, we'll toss it to Daniel again tonight, because this man never fucking sleeps. This man lives and breathes chess. Like 100% of his time is spent on chess. It's beautiful. He's mastered it, so you can check in there and see how fucking good he is. And yeah, that's about it, everyone. Thanks again. Take it easy. See ya.